Welcome back to CIMFest. Now everybody here, yay! We've done one or two CIMFests so far. Last year's Keynote at CIMFest, I think, is up to about 15,000 views on YouTube now. So we're expecting this one to blow that away. But it was been a great number of years now with CIMFest. I'm Andrew Greenberg. I'm the Executive Director of the Georgia Game Developers Association. We love our partnerships all around the state with all the universities that we work with and, of course, all the professionals with whom we work. Very excited about this keynote. Tygarly's been a great streamer and a great advocate for games, game development, and more around Georgia and nationally and internationally with a great following. So the idea of how game devs, content creators, and others can work together to promote what we all love is an excellent one, an important one for all of us. I did want to talk about a few GGDA events that we have coming up in the very near future that we've recently announced. For those of you who can be in Atlanta, July 11th, we'll be live and in person at the Atlanta Technology Development Center, ATDC, downtown, in a combined event between the GGDA, ATDC, CreateX, and the new Game Tech Hub. And that'll be 6 p.m. July 11th, and we're going to be focusing on international success, international sales, localization, marketing, and so forth, international partners, and more. So free for GGDA members, $10 all others, so definitely make sure you join us. I mentioned the Game Tech Hub. We have our first cohort going through Game Tech Hub. These are startups creating technology for the game industry. We have investments up to $500,000 in each of the six startups now that are going through it, and they're learning from game industry experts as well as investors and others as they prepare. We're looking forward to announcing the titles they're doing, showing off what they do. Well, not titles, the technology they're creating and more, and we'll be opening more cohorts of this. So if you are working on technology for games, make sure you follow Game Tech Hub online. And July 20th, we had a question on AI during Joe's speech. July 20th, we'll have one of our regular online presentations, 60 AI tools in 60 minutes for game devs. So we're going to have Nathan Hanish with Stardock, who's been a long-time GGDA member and speaker. And since obviously AI is top of mind for a number of you, we're hoping you'll tune in for that. Again, we've been doing CIMFest here for a number of years. We were online the last couple years due to, I don't know, some little disease or something that was going around. But we are back and in person, and it is all thanks to Rod Obando, the conference director, marketing director, and everything for CIMFest. Come on up. It's your turn to speak.
All right. First things first, it's good to be back in person, right? No, it's 3 years being locked down with COVID, right? It's good to be back. But we would not be here without our sponsors. So, first things first, the biggest sponsorship of all. Thanks to the Turner College of Business and Technology, Dean Kidder and her staff. Give them a round of applause. So they got your lunch covered, promotional flyers, you name it. It's been covered. So lunch is actually being cooked right now and it'll be run down here. So nothing says summer with like a cookout. Our next big sponsor is Victoria's Rehabilitation, Jerison Spear. He'll be out here at the lunchtime. He sponsored Bob Carter, so we could have him virtually today. Next, I want to thank Joe, who just gave a presentation. Puzzles by Joe sponsored our first ever VIP lounge for our sponsors, speakers, volunteers. And new to CIMFest this year, we have the first ever Pokemon trading card game tournament starting at 12. Sponsored by Hollowhaven. Elijah Nudenfer is actually a Turner College of Business and Technology alum. So we're excited to have him here. Make sure you check out what he has. He has stuff for sale for various card games. As you all know, in the past 3 weeks, there's been a lot of expansions dropping for Magic, for Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything's dropping. And what makes our tournament different is we're allowing the new set to be played today. Even though technically we're not supposed to do it till Friday, Elijah and I have agreed to allow it. So it should be fun. So you guys should go check it out. They'll be competing. We actually have some players practicing down there. It's pretty cool. So a few other key things. Our games program here is growing. It's getting pretty big. Very own Dr. Obando back there, who headed the program back in the early 2000s here at Columbus State University. Another person I want to mention is Michael Grantham. He is the current CSU Student Chapter GTA president. So that's pretty cool. So run. All right. And then I also want to thank the following people: Lori Aiken, Elizabeth Chess, and Jennifer Stone. They've been such a wonderful help putting this on, meeting and getting things rolling. And then all the volunteers, which Michael Grantham, Alexander Kingsley, Eric Robichaud, Eric Cabrera, who you've seen at registration. My brother Anthony Obando, he's the one that brought Columbus Got Game to us, that brought Hollow Haven. And Danger Dice out there, check him out. He's came from the Atlanta area, so we met him a few months ago. So thanks to him, we were able to have this. My associate director, who was running around making sure the food's all good, and we got everything good, Skylar Fritsky, who is an alum from here, and who actually works in my office, in the registrar's office. And then if Charles Garner makes an appearance, he's the one that's cooking for y'all. He, again, works in the registrar's office with me. So this is truly a team effort. So I have the privilege to introduce y'all's keynote speaker today. She does something that I was passionate for when I did not have a job. You can ask my parents, you can ask my brother. I was on Twitch on daily, every day, when I didn't have a job. I was working at GameStop part-time because that's all I could get at the time. And then what did I do? I see all these people streaming, like Professor Broman, King Gothalion, Triple Wreck, all these people. So I'm like, cool, let's try it. It became a hobby, became a little more than that. When I got a real job, that kind of just went out the window. I'm like, okay, let's focus on life. But when I have time, I stream myself. If you ever check out my YouTube channel, I do walkthroughs. So if you're stuck in a game, chances are I played it, you can go say, yeah, he did it differently. So this year's keynote speaker is Tygarlily, who is a Twitch partner.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here. I'm honored. Like, everyone in this room, you're awesome. Thank you for putting this together. It's my first time here at CIMFest, so I'm very honored to be here and excited to share with you a little bit of my story. And also, later today, around 2:15, I'll get more into how to bridge the gap between an influencer and marketing your video game. So if you're interested in that, we'll definitely dive into that a little bit more. But for right now, I just want to talk to you guys, kind of get a feel of where we should go with this conversation, because who in here is a streamer or is trying to stream? Ooh, that's actually a really good number of hands. Very, very. And then you're already a streamer and retired and have moved on to be a game dev. So your story is a little bit better than mine. But so to those that are interested in streaming, the first 10 minutes of my story hopefully will inspire you or help you or answer any questions you might have. And like I said, I'll be on a panel later today with Michael Brown as our moderator, talking more about like that story. But for right now, I'm self-made, and a lot of my success actually is thankfully from GGDA, right? I was a streamer, and I didn't know how to point myself down the right lane or what to do with streaming, right? I worked in IT, and I was like, I would like to be a streamer. I want to be a broadcaster, but I didn't know how to do that. I had all the right tools, and in like 2017, I just started streaming. I hit that live button. I played World of Warcraft. I had a great time, started playing Overwatch, and then that's when I started to learn about community and how community will follow you or join in on the gameplay and have a really good time with you or just share in memorable moments, which is what I started to learn and love. But then I started to get into more education. So in 2019, I was enjoying Overwatch, having a great time, and one day someone said, hey, we're looking for a host. We want to go to an EDM festival here in Georgia, and we need someone to bridge the gap between musicians and gamers. And I was like, that's the coolest concept I've ever seen. We had Shaq on the floor with us. We had amazing, like, sudden death if you're a metal kid, and it was just really cool to be like, hi, Shaq really likes Mario Kart. So we were able to get him to come hang out with us, and my role in the whole thing was just to make him feel comfortable and have a good time. And he wasn't able to play. He wasn't. We got him to sit on the couch. His hand was bigger than my face. He took the controller, and then he like looked at the TV, but behind the TV was just a sea of cameras. Like, there was no way he was actually able to play. So it was a learning experience for one, the production group I was with, and two, as a host. Like, I would have been like, the cameras need to stay away. We need to like keep him here. We actually need a green room technically for gaming. So it was really cool. It was one of those experiences. And so I try to recapture that with gaming. But, you know, as Ron was saying earlier, you do get a job. Like, how can you make a living off of streaming? How can you keep it going? Some of us are super successful in a community that keeps us going, but that's like, you have to stream every single day. You never go down. You have to like be in a community and stick to that community, and basically that's what you do. And if you are talented, like this one right here, Thor, then you'll have a support group that helps keep you going, right? Whereas with me, I was doing great streams, full-time broadcasting, but I was only making $16,000 a year. That's like not enough to live off of. So I just kept going, and I tried my best, and I just could feel time ticking away. You know, like by the time I hit 30, I need to definitely like, you know, look into more careers. So I started putting myself out there more. I would try my best to put myself in situations like right now where I would be in front of a camera, and hopefully someone's like, that's what I need. I need you to do that for me. And now I do that for a company called Online, Atlanta Network Technologies. And what we do is we market video games. So an example of that is Diablo 4 just came out. Anybody playing that or loving that? Any rogues in chat? No? Barbarians? Yeah, let's go. We got the barbs. So like the rogue barb combo is like my favorite. But what we had to do is we spent months putting together an execution plan for that game. When early access came out, Blizzard provided us 500 early access keys. And then we had to be like, what are we going to do with that? So my role in that was, of course, I'd like to stream it, but we had to do long hours of broadcasting, and for one person that was too hard. So I actually put together a stream team to help me with it, and now we're still going strong. They're still with the company, and like we have a basic schedule, but whenever a game launches, I think the next anticipated game is like Starfield. So, but like my role in all of that was like giving the assets that Online had. I had to then put together the plan where we started streaming Monday for 2 weeks when the game released. And during that process, it was like, okay, so what hours will these streamers be streaming? And then how are they gonna bring in viewers? How are they going to keep engagement? How are we gonna get them to chat? So those are things that I'm constantly thinking about when it comes to like games like that. And it's a really fun thing, but like in all honesty, I'm putting in more time and effort to like sit in a chair for a few hours. Like I'm doing more stuff in the background than I am actually on stream. So there's a lot of work that goes into it. And so go back to 2017 when I tried streaming, I'm like, I just turn the camera on and hope for the best. Like we all want that, but that's just not how it works. There's so much background in that. And then like working with influencers to help the growth. Like I said, I'll touch on that a little bit later. But yeah, so I'm already out of content. My content has depleted. But I wanted to like ask anybody who had questions about streaming or what it's like working with the streamers or anything like that. So while I have you all here, which is a lot of you, I was expecting like a few people, I'd love to answer all your questions. Yeah, we already have one in the back. Yeah, so multiplayer is easier because with multiplayer, you can like get people to play with you, or you can show them all the fun things they can do online. But my specialty is RPGs. I love role-playing games, like so Diablo, for example, when that came out. I knew how Blizzard marketed their games, so I was like, I really need to jump on that because that'll really help the growth. But two, I'm passionate about the game. So when you have that influencer that knows the ins and out of that specific game, it's just so much easier because when you go watch a streamer and they look bored, do you like watching them? Yeah. So basically, it's like when you come to the channel, for example, I'm streaming Diablo, and I'm like playing the rogue, and I'm having a great time, and I'm cursing at all the demons, and it's really engaging, and you're like, oh, how did she execute that move? You're going to want to jump in chat and talk with me about it. So I could be playing that game solo, or I could be playing my friends, but no matter what, you're just going to see that. And it's the same thing that applies to multiplayer to RPG. You're just going to want to learn more about that game and ask that streamer, and that's kind of the influencer's role when it comes to the game. Yeah! You in the back, they're urgent. Yes. So there's different types of broadcasts for sure, but I always do 50% attention. So if I could give all my attention to the game, I'd actually look good at it. But the thing is I don't, because I have to give the chat attention. And there are a lot of viewers, they have the argument that they want their streamer to engage with them. And then there's other viewers that are like, just play the game. You're good at it, I want you to play it. So it really depends on your viewers, but I always do 50-50. And keeping that energy is extremely hard to do. And that's why I will spend a week planning something out, go live on a Tuesday from 1 to 7, and from 1 to 7, I'm just lit. I'm like a candle. So that's why streamers are just on. They have to turn themselves on, and then when we're done streaming, we hit that button, turn it off. It's like the world just put a veil over your face, and you need to go decompress and sleep and stuff. So I definitely put 50-50 in. And that's when you're live, right? Then there comes the recording process. There's YouTubers that actually, sometimes they don't actually go live. They just want to film themselves showing off a game or doing skills. So you'll see websites out there that are like Wikipedias, like game wikis, and you'll see videos that are pre-made and uploaded. So that's another form of broadcasting. There, they don't really need to worry about chat. They can just focus on the gameplay or showing you where specific locations are in a game or giving you tutorials and stuff. That was a great question. Anyone else? Yes? Raise it high, much higher. Yes. A little background about me. I started on Twitch, and then the community that really grabbed me, 2019, was Mixer. And I ended up joining Mixer, and when you're on Twitch, there's so many people, it's saturated, right? And you're trying to make it, and you should be proud if you've got 10 viewers. Honestly, 10 to 30 viewers, you should be really proud. However, if you go to another platform, so this is kind of where I'm seeing Kick come in, where there's a lot of engagement and community building, that's where I see the superpower of Kick. I can feel where it might be like Mixer. It might not be there in the long run. So to me, I'm looking at that platform as a place to build more engagement, bring in more viewers, and then that could feed into your main platform, or you could make Kick your main platform. It really depends on you and your community as an influencer or streamer, what works best for you and where your viewership comes from. And like I had said, I was on a platform. Microsoft ended up selling it, and now it's something else, and it was unfortunate. They handed us all Facebook gaming partnerships as oh, sorry, go over to metagaming, so thanks, which I still have, and it's great. And the argument these days is with Twitch and how they're paying their streamers and how that all works. I'm glad I kept that partnership because I had an agreement where I make more money over there. So you pick a platform, make it your home, but in my experience, you are the kingdom. Don't make your platform the kingdom, right? So you just need to tell your viewers and your followers or anyone that supports you, even if sponsors, be like, that's why your website is the most important thing when it comes to marketing yourself as a streamer. I had put all my focus in one platform, and then when it went down, I lost a lot. So after that, I decided to diversify. My superpower as an influencer is I might not have a lot of views on my channel, but I have 5 different social platforms where I get really good engagement on. So an example of that is today, I was like, I'm coming out here, I made sure to post on every single platform, so all my viewers and all my followers of different types, because I do cosplay, I do video game reviews, I just highlights of games, no matter where, they all see it. So my reach is on different platforms. So that was a good question. That was a really good question. Anyone else? Yes. Your hand was fast. I'm sorry. He was just really fast. You're just wow. So when it comes to like joining a game, I've learned a lot from that from Thor here, and he's going to be on a platform later today for play testing, but he's also a broadcaster, so you should definitely go there if you want to ask him any questions. But it's about community. It's about like which community you vibe with. So if you want to show off that you're really good at Street Fighter 6, you got to join the Street Fighter 6 community, and you got to engage with their streamers. You got to engage with the community. And but for me, sorry, the question was me. What was my game? Definitely New World. So Amazon Game Studios, it was New World, where it was my first time managing a guild or a bigger group of people. So I had 97 people in that group. So when I would go live, they would all come hang out. And then it was really nice on Twitch because Amazon Game Studios and Twitch had a partnership where their streamers have drops. So it brings incentive to their stream to like hang out and watch you. He was first. It happens. It happens. Sometimes they'll be like, here, we're going to give you this set number of product, and we expect this from you if it's in your contract. Sometimes they're like, here, take it. Go do whatever it is. Like, for example, I'm partnered with G Fuel, and they knew I was doing a Diablo 4 stream, and they gave me a whole bunch of tubs to give out to folks. And I was like, do I have to give them all out? They're like, no, just like build hype around G Fuel. So like, it really depends on what's written in your contract. And if someone does give you something, you have to say it was a paid partnership these days. I was on a panel at DragonCon last year with Andrew where we had a lawyer there, and he said you definitely want to make sure that anything given to you for free from a partnership says that it's a paid partnership. Your hand. So his question is, how do you bridge that gap for a dev and an influencer? How are you supposed to reach out to them? So I personally love it when I'm streaming and the dev comes hang out and chat. You build a relationship with your influencer that way. But if you're a dev and you're like, I ain't got time, I do not have time for that, then then there's you have different levels of influencers. Some have agents. You always sometimes have to go through that agent, or you can work directly with that influencer. It depends if they have one. So if they have an agent, it's kind of disrespectful to go straight to the streamer and not talk to the agent. But for me personally, I love it when a dev comes and like engages with me. Because one, I know that I'm showing off their product, their game, the way that they like, because they're here. Why else would they be hanging out and stream? And the other is just they're building a relationship with me. And I get emails all the time, like, hey, test out our game, try out our game, and I don't read those emails. I don't have time. So that's where it comes in. Like at the beginning it was cool and I was trying out games. I think the last game I really jumped on board was Blessed Unleashed, where they had a bunch of influencers streaming their game when it came out. This is a good question. Cool question. Another one. Multi-stream is really good at diversifying, getting yourself out there, but you're cutting your views in half, or you're not like really paying attention to that viewership on that platform because you're splitting your attention. It's like, I would suggest if you want to tackle one platform, just focus on that platform. If you're trying to get your content uploaded to that, for example, so you could focus on Twitch, but your YouTube is where your content ends up, and you can use that, or you can showcase that later, provide that to sponsors, you can show that to, like just partners. But I would focus on the one platform that you're trying to grow instead of like splitting your attention on two. That's mixed. Someone else might say something different though. Yeah, so what's the word for it? Chats per minute? CPM. So, like, which chat's actually active? Who's actually in the room with you? Like, if I was standing on, like, a door, like, if I was in the door and I had two platforms going, I would look into the room that had the people in it and be like, I'm going to take care of this, right? And then say they all go to lunch, they leave, I would jump into the other room and make sure I'm paying attention to the other room. Yeah, so you have to just like really gauge. Just like constantly as a streamer, you're like bouncing back and forth on like what's going on. A lot of streamers when you're starting don't pay attention to numbers, but as you want to like start growing, you kind of need to like pay attention to your CPM. I do that, like I don't pay attention to average views anymore. It's engagement. It's just like who's live, who's actually there. You want to take care of that. Yeah. I saw your hand. What did Andrew? Yeah. What did Andrew say? So CIMFest last year, they're doing that right now, and now at this point, it's been alive since last year. It's got 15,000 views on it. So the beauty of YouTube and Facebook is when you upload your video and you're done, it stays there and it still has engagement with people. So I have a video that I posted 4 years ago, and it like hit 4 million views, and it was just not 4 million. I wish, but like 12,000. But it was a lot. It was like I never would have thought when I posted that. So when you post on YouTube or Facebook, it basically just continues to live. Whereas on Twitch, I feel like it's like a live thing. Like it's like going live on like Instagram stories where it'll just fade away eventually. Twitch is kind of trying to cultivate the old broadcasts where you can like put up your highlights these days, or you have something from like 4 years ago that you could be like, this is what I want you to see when you go to my channel. But they didn't really do that before. So by having your rebroadcast or your broadcast put up, it'll stay alive, and you can share that at any time, or you can promote it and make it relevant again. That's a good question. Yes, I like your shirt, by the way. All the time, every single day. Every single day. I think that's the fun part. Streaming is like day to day. To be honest, something crazy will happen, and the next day you'll be like, okay, even if it was a bad day or a good day, I just have to continue to go live the next day. But a funny story. I can't think of any off the top of my head. Yeah, I'll have to get back to you. Yeah, because I feel like I'm fumbling through my streams every day. What? You have to say it. So we stream together sometimes, and we bicker. So that's pretty entertaining. People think it's so funny because he's really good at games and I'm terrible at him, and he's like pulling me around places. So we do have a really special guest coming after me, but before, I'd like to keep like any more questions. Yes, in the back. Awesome. Yeah. 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 That's a wonderful question. I have a perfect example. Does anyone know Fanaticus? They're based in Atlanta. They work on VR development. Fanaticus. So they came out with Potato Party, and it was a VR game. And Michael had reached out to me, and I really liked them. I bonded with their game. I bonded with the team at Access Replay in Atlanta. And they were working on a game for Hogwarts, and it was a broom where you can actually sit on the broom, and then it would go into the game, and you could fly around. It was really fun. So that's how we bonded. And then they reached out to me later, like, Tygarlily, we remember you coming and hanging out and loving on our game, and we were going to launch a new game. and we would like you to help us market it. And so what I did was I got with Michael and played the game, learned a lot about it, and later I was like, we need to market this, because it's like the most important part of a game when it releases is when it releases. So the first 7 days a game is released on Steam is where most of its profit comes from, right? So I was like, I'm a streamer, so why don't we use me to market this? So what his goal was to get wish lists, and he wanted reviews on the game. And I was like, okay, I can do that, right? You gave me tangible goals that I can reach as a streamer, and I can get my community on board with it. So what I did was then I went back to my community and I said, hey, this game is awesome. I want you guys to help me build content around this. So I got them to play the game with me. They loved it. It's a super silly game. Potato Party is you go into a VR and everybody gets on their phones and they get to play with you while you're in the headset. And it's like Pictionary, where the person in the headset gets to draw and everyone on their phones has to guess what it is, and you get points, and then someone wins. It's really, really fun. And so they had a great time playing with me, and I was like, I knew my community would love that. That's something I as a streamer needed to understand. And organically, without none of their reviews are fake, I said, hey guys, can you go wishlist it now? And they're like, yeah, we'll do it, it'll be fine. And then I was like, okay, when it comes out, I want you all to write reviews and write your favorite moment in the game. And they did. So when the game came out, I don't have the numbers, I can't provide that to you right now, but so that's how he utilized me as a streamer, and that's how I like helping the indie game community. It was like, one, I loved the game, and two, it's like, how can we really boost this when it releases on Steam? So that was a great question. Any last? Yes. Yeah. Oh my gosh. The organic streamers, the real people, it takes years. It takes so many years. When you first start off, might be your mom, might be your brother that's hanging out with you in the channel. Ultimately, when I started, my moderators really helped cultivate me as a streamer. I'd be like, hey, sometimes I don't know what to talk about. Can you just help me in chat? And then they'd be like, okay, you need to focus on this. Or when a streamer would come, a new person would come into stream, they would help take care of them. If you don't have a moderator like that, sometimes you could be the moderator. Kind of have to have the streamer personality and the moderator personality. But I started streaming in 2014. I averaged 5 to 10 views. When I went over to Mixer in 2019, I started to grow more engagement. So this is where Kick comes in. This is why I think Kick is so important. You can build that up and be like, hey, you really like me, but I stream on Twitch. Come hang out with me over there. So then they'll come. They need to know where to find you. So just networking, going out, putting yourself out there, building real relationships, people that generally care about your content and you. But it takes time. It takes a lot of time to cultivate that. And people are going to see that, and then they're going to join in on it, right? But you're going to have your core group. My core group is 30 viewers. No matter if my numbers go up to 300, up to 1,500, but those 30 viewers, that's my core group. Those are the people I love and take care of, and when they need something, I'll make sure that they get that. So, yeah. Yes. Okay, last question of the day. Yes. Something niche. So you want to bring people to you, right? So you're going to moments that are super exciting, moments that are that make you laugh, or moments that you're just man, I am showing off right now and I need to share this. You want to clip that 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and you want to put that on a platform that you are getting engagement. When I worked with Fanaticus, we tried our best to do Reddit. So the VR dev section of Reddit, we would post little clips of our videos being we want to show off this awesome part of the game, or in this case, it was a game dev, so we were sharing it with other game devs being we're really proud of this moment. So you have to really put that out there, and someone's going to see that, and you have to make sure they know where to find you. And that's where the fine line of self-promotion Not a lot of people like that. I think really what it is you just have to have, for example, you could have your Twitter, and it could just show really awesome clips or pictures of you getting ready for stream or showing off you in the game, and people are going to start to see that, and then they'll be like, okay, and just like have your link in your bio, so that way it doesn't feel super self-promoting. They'll like eventually be like, this guy's playing this game and it looks really cool, what the heck is it? And it clicks your name, and then your like wherever it is that you're making that content will be in the bio. Yay! Well, everyone, thank you again for having me. It is time. It is time. Yes.
So before we introduce our very special speaker, there's one announcement we need to make. We've heard your requests. We've heard it through the years. We finally have CIMFest t-shirts. As you can see, our staff members and our volunteers have them on. But what makes them different for any year, this is the last time you'll see this logo, because it's no longer the College of Business. We're the Business and Technology. Still getting used to that, Dean Kidder. But what's unique is the back. Because we make it happen at Turner College. All these companies here have spawned off of students that have made a company, or faculty in some cases, and one of these companies has fizzled out, but they still remain on the shirt because they came out of the Turner College. If you're an alumni, like Elijah we just discovered this year, we'd like to add you in the coming years. But this is unique because it's the last time you'll see this. So they're available for purchase. There's a table out there, and in a few minutes, the mascot of CIMFest is coming by. She will be promoting it because she has her own special shirt too. So if you see a little mascot in a stroller, say hi. So raise your hand if you're an alumni of Turner College of Business and Technology, or formerly known as the Turner College of Business. Okay. Here to speak to you guys for a few minutes is Dean Kidder.
Hello. I just found out I'm supposed to be speaking to you. I thought I was just going to stand around and say hi. Hi. Well, let me tell you, so I've been here almost 2 years. It was very important to me to have the name changed to include technology because I'm a geek. The reason I wanted to come here was because the business school and computer science were together in the same college. I want all of our computer science students to have some basic business. We're going to work on that. And I want all of my business students to have some good grounding in computer science and technology. That's really important in this world because technology is the heart of business. We have grand ambitions. We would love to set up a computer design program here at Columbus State. Hey, Michael. And so I'm very excited. I totally geeked out when I heard about the CIMFest. This is really great. And I'm very proud to see how many alums are here and current students. Are there any current students here? Yay. Okay. All right. Well, thank you all for coming, and know that we really, really are excited about having gaming, computer design here at CSU, and then we're hoping you can help us with that.
Thank you very much again for the Dean for sponsoring everything, and especially for food and all the rest of the great things. Whoops, sorry, let me get in front of here. You got it, James, thank you. So apparently lunch is a little delayed. Where do we stand? Everyone's going to have to go win their Pokemon tournament. I guess we'll find out from Rod where we are with lunch. But we are going to do some interviews here. Going to get the live stream rolling for the next hour. 1 o'clock is an excellent panel on play testing. Ron Jones, right over there, one of the playtesters for Tripwire Interactive. Where's Michael? Michael Brown, V Publishing, a publisher over there. We'll talk about their look on the testing side. We're going to have a number of folks here with very different perspectives on play testing coming up. If you want to hang out in here while we do the interviews, you're more than welcome to. We're going to try and find a couple of chairs and do them here in front of the banner. You online, stay tuned, and we'll bring in some cool people for you to talk to from all over the place. But I imagine the food will be coming here soon. The Pokemon tournament, I believe, is about to start up. And most importantly, because this is a game development convention, we got games here. There's a whole demo room, so please check them out. Give them feedback. A lot of the games are still in development right now. There's nothing better than user feedback at an event. So go hit them. Tell them exactly what's wrong with the game and how you would make it so much better. All right, and we'll be back in a couple minutes with interviews. Thank you. hang out because I'm going to interview you all next. The interview subjects are running from the room as quick as they can. If you're watching, let me know in the chat if you can hear us well. If you can't, it's all Joe Cassavaugh's fault. All right, Andrew Greenberg, Executive Director of the Georgia Game Developers Association, here at CIMFest. We've had a lot of great help, a lot of great sponsors, and a lot of great outfits with great dice. Hope you brought the dice with you.
No, they
No!
all over there, so I did.
No. All right, we'll call someone to bring him in. All right, so tell us about Danger Dice.
Danger Dice is an Atlanta-based company based out of Lawrenceville, and we've got a couple of items that nobody's ever had before, which is great for the market as a player, but it's also a tougher time than ever before as a vendor or distributor, whatever you want to call it. A lot of the companies from China are manufacturing stuff. They've got it available on Amazon and Etsy and all this other stuff, but the problem is there's no quality control to it. So the stuff that we have, we're quality controlling as much as we possibly can, and it's worth checking us out on dangerdice.com. But in the meantime, we've had a great time today here at this convention, and everybody's been really great, really nice, really just appreciate everything that they've been doing for us.
So one thing a lot of gamers don't realize is that dice, the dice we use, especially percentiles and 20s and so forth, they started as tools. So these are like surveyors pre-computer days when they were trying to figure out what plot to survey in a giant area, and they knew there's no way they could survey the whole thing, but they wanted to get a standard look. They would actually roll dice to figure out which plots to go survey. And they had to be really well weighted. So we're always concerned about, all right, is this my die always rolling ones? Is it always rolling 20s? What's going on? Surveyors needed to be as close to a true random roll as possible. For those of you who don't know, computers don't really do random number generation. We pull algorithms, and it's not really fully random. However, surveyors need to be as close to random as possible to do their work effectively. So the surveyor percentiles and D20s, these were wonderfully weighted, and you didn't worry about those corners being rounded like you did the original D&D dice. So quality control is key. So let's talk a little about how you do the quality control on the dice. What are you looking for? What makes a good die?
So everything is meticulously crafted by hand polished, hand poured, everything. We don't put anything in the tumblers for the final polishing scale because that just throws off the variations like crazy, as you all know if you know anything about dice. For us, the accuracy is very, very important. So if there's supposed to be a sharp edge on the resin, we want a sharp edge on every single corner. If it's supposed to be more of a pearlized finish with a polished edge, then we want that edge to be consistent all the way around our acrylic dice. I completely agree with that. I have an original set of dice that I've had since I was 11 years old, so almost 30 years ago at this point, and they've got some miles on them, that's for sure, but they are far from accurate or any degree of accurate because of the rounded edges or the chipped edges and so on and so on. So we do everything we possibly can to alleviate those frustrations through consistency. Obviously, when we're looking at everything, we're paying attention to the basics where a surface is missing a number, we send that back, we get it fixed. We don't put that into any type of packaging that we're going to move along to you guys. If the size is off, if the weight distribution seems off, we do a tested variance on, select few for the quality control with that. And then we have a wonderful woman. She has a meticulous eye for detail. She catches things we miss all of the time. Mostly on the packaging, though. We focus more so on the actual dice themselves to make sure they're consistent there. But to answer your question, it's all done by hand. It's all done by people who are not overworked, not underpaid. They're ready to go. They're doing their jobs well, so you don't have to worry about them missing anything.
Excellent. Can you go get some of the dice? Yeah. Yeah, can you bring some dice so we get them onto the stream? That'd be great. Bring them up. Bring them up here. All right, so we do have some of the dice to look at. All right, we're going to get into the controversial questions, the ones you all really want to hear. So, all right, a lot of controversy over this one. How do I restore the karma to my karma dice after somebody else has touched them?
That is something that everybody has a different opinion, person to person. Me personally, I believe every die has a little bit of a variance person to person, depending on how they roll it, why they roll it, what's maybe in their heart or in their mind, what they really want. So sometimes I'll roll right hand overhand, right hand backhand, left hand overhand, left hand backhand, and you do. Sometimes you get stuck to the point where you say, hey, you know what? This dice just needs to sit in dice jail for a little while until it starts behaving properly. My favorite color from the set that we do is called Bloodstone. And my goodness gracious, there was one time I could not roll above a 3 to save my life. So I just put it to the side for a little while. We had a little heart to heart. We had coffee. We shared some candy, and then everything was okay after that.
And admit it, the reason for the sharp corners on your dice is to punish anyone who tries to take your dice.
Absolutely.
Excellent. All right, very glad to hear that. So gamers love their dice, and I mean, all of us have huge collections of dice at this point. And you talked about the fact that you can get cheap garbage dice on Amazon and wherever else. You talked about DangerDice.com, great place to look for dice. Where are the other good places to look for dice? Where else are you selling Danger Dice?
I'm not 100% sure who the stream is for. Is it just everybody everywhere?
This is a public stream, but it's going to be mostly game developers.
Okay, fair enough. Online is definitely going to be the best place to check us out. We're a local Atlanta dice company, so some of the stores in the Atlanta area, we're at Level Up, if you're familiar. They're the biggest gaming store in Georgia. And then this afternoon, we're going to be visiting some local retailers as well. What's the one Elijah owns?
Oh, you're not talking about definitely not Titan Games.
The one in Phoenix City that's right next door. He's picked up a bunch of Danger Dice from us today. Might have to throw that in the comments here later once I remember the name of that.
We'll put that store on into comments. All right, last. So with it's very interesting with Fading Suns. Of course, we mess with the karma dice because your target number changes based on your skills. Your target is your skill plus characteristic. So instead of always having 20s be best, we're having this constant range. But we have folks who tell them that certain dice know how to follow their probabilities and hit just what they want to touch on. I assume most of your dice get sold for D&D. But what other games do you know people playing using Danger Dice?
Danger Dice is useful for all types of games. We have the D6s here in our ammo crate, which are great for games like Crisis Protocol, Warhammer 40K, Age of Sigmar, that type of thing. Doubles as a dice cup. It's absolutely fantastic. Most of our more popular sets are the polyhedral set. They're for D&D, Pathfinder, Power Rangers, believe it or not, has an excellent RPG right now. Avatar The Last Airbender has one. Like, you name it, it seems like everybody's got a little RPG book that's out now. And the games across the board are usually pretty good. And I even hesitate to say better than D&D. Now, D&D I've got ultimate respect for. It's the oldest grandfather of them all. And there are certain games, like you could never enjoy Pathfinder unless you played D&D first. But whatever your preference is, we have dice sets for both of those sets. Even I have 4 knucklehead kids at home, and they love using these dice cups to play Yahtzee. And you know what? That's just fine, too.
All right, last question. A lot of our viewers will be going to gaming conventions throughout the Southeast, nationally and internationally. What conventions can they expect to find you at?
We'll be at Southern Fried Gaming here in Atlanta. We'll be at AWA here in Atlanta as well. We're trying right now to get into the game room at Dragon Con, which might work out. And then don't be surprised if you see us at Gen Con this year as well. So we'll be around for the summer.
Excellent. Danger Dice. Thank you very much. I'm going to take these home with me and never see them again. All right. Thank you very much for joining us today. We are now going to bring up Columbus Got Game. Thank you, Danger Dice. I hear you all applauding on the stream. Woo! Well, do you want to go next, Joe? I'd like to get it done. All right. Let's get Joe on up.
And I wanted to know, I know he's obvious Indiana Jones. Are you actually Fleabag?
I'm half. What's half? What's short round? I'm actually short round. Grown up.
Well, he was in.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I'm all about short round these days. I've been.
Everywhere all at once. Sorry, what happened?
Can you get? He was tall with a hat. Can you? Maybe we'll have to change chairs. Can you? There we go. I didn't want a short Joe. I didn't want a short. Yeah. Now I can look you in the glasses. Perfect. All right, everybody. We have Joe Cassavaugh here. He's already streamed today, but this is the new stream, so I'm getting him to reintroduce himself.
I am Joe Cassavaugh of Puzzles by Joe. I am arguably the most successful solo indie dev from Atlanta, Georgia. In Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, let's go after this solo dev part right off the bat. So if you saw Joe's presentation, You saw him say that you need to go deep, not broad. He said that by focusing on one skill was like compound interest, and spreading your skills out was like simple interest for simpletons. However, Joe, as a solo developer, you have to do audio, coding, design, UX, UI, social media. I wish he did the voiceovers, but there are no voiceovers in Clutter yet. He does the writing. You have to go as broad. Remember that kitchen sink? I should have just had that, put that behind us. You have to be the kitchen sink of development.
Yes and no, but I go deep with Clutter itself. I have one game in one environment where I do all my experiments. I've always been deep as a programmer. Over the years, I've gotten deep enough to do my own UX and UI. And as for music and sound, that comes off of Artlist.io. In fact, it was really nice when I found Artlist.io a couple years ago, because they're much better than the stuff I was getting off of Partners in Rhyme. So I don't do my own music or anything. And I made a game that the point of the game was, let's make it addicting regardless of how ugly it is. So the addicting part of it, of how to make an addictive level, that's where I go deep.
So if you're in chat, tell Joe he needs to do VO, his own VO for the Clutter series.
I used my son for the only voiceover ever in Clutter, which was Leon Poncelet welcomes you to Declutter for Life.
Now you see why I had his son do that and not him. So it was fun. One of the things that you talked about in there were your CFG files, your config files. And I've been thinking more and more that we probably need to do a presentation on the power of CFG files, because I talk to folks who work in just Unity or just Unreal, and they don't have any idea what CFG files even offer. So I assume that's something you've been doing all along.
Sure, they would use JSON if they wanted to do that. The bigger topic is what is just data-driven design, where instead of putting it in code somewhere, you want to put it in a flat file that's easy to manipulate. And there's a lot to do. So I'm going to go way, way, way back. I was very anti-Windows way back in the day. But there's the old debate is what's better, a WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get kind of tool, or a flat system like Unix, Corn Shell, that type of stuff. And the thing is, they're different. One lets anybody do it. You can be an idiot and use Windows. And one gives you more power if you can master it. And that's the way it is with the CFG files. If, in fact, you can create your own little language like I did, and they're very, very powerful. I can look at 100 levels all at once. And if that was within code, that'd be kind of annoying in a different way. But it gives you a level of indirection that you want. You never want to hard code your specification of anything. So that has to go somewhere, so it better go in a flat file. I don't even like JSON because it does too much. And I already had a system where I knew I could read from flat files and I knew how config files work, that I'd rather did that than some of the things that JSON buys you. Now, I could be wrong. I think if I dove into JSON, I might be able to figure out some overrides. But one of the tricks I do, I keep the player preference. The player preference is the config file. But that config file lives in player preference. It's Unity player preference. And what I do is I have a special flag that says, oh, you're not really coming from a file, but act like you are after you've gotten your one huge player preference out. So it keeps it using Unity's player preferences, but then it treats it like a config file.
So I don't think players can access your config files directly.
They can find them.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, so we definitely put them out there in Emperor of the Fading Suns because we want folks to mod that like mad.
Right. In my old system under iWin and stuff, they were encrypted. You couldn't access them directly. But under mine, I don't see any need for encryption. If somebody played around with them, they'd be, in Unity, they're inside. They're inside a resource, so they can't get to them. So it is actually as good as encrypted. So there is no yeah, they can't get to them.
I was going to say, if they can finally get to your config files, they should play around. That's one of the best ways to learn the very basics of game dev is by playing with configs.
Correct.
So if you get the configs in any of your games, start playing around with them. So we took a good look at what you've done, Joe, in the last presentation. But what's coming?
What's coming, which I almost talked about, is I'm sick of telling stories, even though some of my customers that like the stories, it's a small percentage. I'm going to try to keep them happy by putting little like soapboxes and little story snippets in the help file only, not within the game. And I'm changing. My next game is going to be, it's a clutter puzzle magazine. And the very first edition is going to be a Christmas/holiday spectacular. And then I want to get out a clutter puzzle magazine every 3 months. It's going to be a quarterly. And I believe I can pull that off. And if I do that, I'll make a little more money. But I'll also it'll be removing the grind of telling the story, which the story's not a grind, but the process to get it right enough is it's just too wearing. And I'm done. The last 3 were sort of self-helpish, and I'm kind of done. I've said what I want to the customers or the fans or whatever, and I'm just done. I don't want to do it, but I'll definitely, it'll be almost like a Christmas letters people used to write. What's going on, what's coming next. And it'll be a little bit like Stan Lee's soapbox in Marvel days. True believers. Yeah, I get a lot of my ideas from the old Marvel comics. One of the things I did for a while.
Forbish man, any day in Clutter.
Well, in Clutter, at the end of the game, I often told them what the next game was going to be. And early on, I was rarely right. I would often, just like Marvel would do, Marvel would go, up next, Worlds Collide. Next month, Worlds Collide. And next month would be Titans Clash. Wait a second, what happened to Worlds Collide? And I've done that to them. There was the Clutter calendar caper that never got made. I've talked about puzzle diamonds, Clutter Diamonds, a Peter Zell mystery now that never got made. And I'm sure there's at least one other title that I told them was coming that never got made. And oh yeah, Clutter 7, Back to the Attic, the Lost Clutter.
So one of the things that I think that Stan Lee did incredibly was introducing the no prize.
Oh right.
So you found something wrong in continuity or some little nitpicky thing, and then you only got the no prize if you explained what was actually going on.
No, that's actually really good, because I do have customers that catch the bugs, and I really should highlight them. One Clutter many years ago, I actually I don't do beta anymore. I do a prepaid early access beta where they're paying for the whole game, and the games, because they're better. Under Unity, I was able to put a tighter game out there quicker without worrying I'm going to have super bugs. Under the old ways, I'd want a few people to bang on it to catch some stuff. And one of the first times I did it, I asked everybody that was a beta tester to send me a photo and whether I could use their name and so forth. So I actually had a screenshot rewarding they got their pitch. After people make fun of me for putting my face in the game, I rewarded the beta players by letting them put their face in the game. So.
Excellent. So remember, if you want to see the Christmas edition, I really think he's just trying to do what the Beatles used to do. They used to release an annual Christmas album. So I think Joe is, again, trying to do all things. He'll be all 4 Beatles at once, creating his Christmas album for you.
Yeah, I'm going to use an AI version of the guy who created Jewel Quest and have him work on the game with me. So.
All right, so look for that at puzzlesbyjoe.com. Thank you, Joe. Great presentation today. Good stuff. Oh.
Thanks for having me at CIMFest again. Number 7. Woo!
Hey. All right, up and Joe, if you could send Mike this way, sure. We'll inflict damage on him. And now we do have Columbus Got Game, and I bet you didn't know that Columbus Got Game. So Chris, thank you for joining us. Absolutely. So tell us about you and Columbus Got Game.
So there I was in 1982. No, So yes, my name is Chris Poirier. I am the founder and game master of Columbus Got Game. It is our humble little local nonprofit expression to Columbus here, where we provide a safe space. We have 1,000 square feet for folks of all ages, but a lot of focus on youth, to be able to play games for free or practically free. So we focus a lot on tabletop. We do things with RPGs, Dungeons and Dragons, Numenera, other things in different systems. But also, one of the things that we're really trying to focus, and why we're really here today, is to focus on esports and video games, and ultimately the careers that come out of the adjacent space there. So a lot of what I do here is we're working with the local school systems, Parks and Rec, and with Columbus State here in really helping grow their programs, getting people interested in the programs, and then helping them see where the careers are, where the opportunities are. And my hope and goal is just to be a catalyst here in Columbus, to be able to draw the communities together and to grow. So that's kind of the starting place.
Excellent. Great having partners. You're at the rec center here, right?
So yeah, right now what we're doing a lot is we are with Parks and Rec. We're at Frank Chester for their June and July. It's a pilot program, part of something they're calling C3, which is a collaborative effort here where Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, a lot of other nonprofits are providing programming for the summer, and we're doing things 6 days a week. Like, I'm going to hang out with everybody here, and I'm going to leave here and go straight and roll dice this evening with the folks down at Frank Chester. So it's really an opportunity for us to cross over into there, but also to give the kids an opportunity. And we ran a Street Fighter 6 tournament last night, crowned our top 8, and like I said, we're not charging, but we're still prizing like their normal engagement. So we've got everything from youth doing free play to some structured gaming to structured competitive as well.
That's great. So one of the wonderful things about Atlanta or Georgia for all of game development, especially esports, is that we have the full ecosystem covered. So we've got the game developers, Hi-Rez, Ubisoft, the Vertical Shift team, etc. We've got the professional teams, Ghost Gaming, FaZe, Rain, Talons. We've got the college teams, GSU, KSU, Columbus State University, more than 20 schools around the state with those, and especially the game dev programs. We got the Georgia Film Academy with an esports curriculum that they teach, and you can learn how to do esports productions. We've got the high schools, GHSA, the fastest growing sport in Georgia High School Association history, 175 high school teams around the state. And now the rec center level, and we've been advocating to the rec centers for a while. I've spoken to the full presentations to the rec centers of Georgia on adding esports. We've got Eastside Esports, Gina Dawson out on Covington, the east side of town. Sandy Springs, Roswell, they've been adding esports into their tech center, rec center curriculum. And, of course, in DeKalb, and I'll put on my DeKalb Entertainment Commissioner hat, we work with the Police Athletic League to put on esports events at the rec centers. They're great partners, great groups to work with. And one thing that all of these groups are finding is that the traditional rec center roles have been going away, and they need to find these new roles. The kids still need what the rec center provides in their lives. But the old reasons coming in to play basketball, et cetera, have gone away, and it is esports that are making the difference, getting kids off the street on holidays, keeping them in a safe environment, and, as Chris talked about, most importantly, putting them in a position where they're interested in skills. As you all know, we at the GGA say that esports are the Trojan horse to funnel the kids on into technology and tech design. Do the rec centers you work with, do they have programs in place, or what do you have in mind for what you'd like to be teaching these kids?
Right. So where we're at currently is we're actually in the developmental stage. So a lot of it is us like just getting systems into their space, getting space made available to us was the first hurdle. So we're there. We're doing a lot of open play video games right now because a lot of what they're doing is, are kids even interested in this? And of course we sit here and smile and go, yeah, that'll work itself out. It'll be fine. Kids are playing video games, so yes. And so where a lot of what we're doing is we're doing a crawl, walk, run type approach right now, is we're helping folks know that A, we're there, that it's available, and then we're starting to walk them through open, friendly, competitive. So getting kids playing games that are competitive, that are in esports, and then I'm hoping to work them into actually competing and getting used to open competing. And then it's going to be starting to introduce them to different types of curriculum that, we run in a lot of the same circles. So also do work with GSEF and been working a lot with PK and Ghost Academy and Todd and all that.
This is the Scholastic Esports Federation.
Yep. So, and then ultimately to the national level with NASEF and beyond, of helping put in those programs in the middle school, high school, and the Parks and Rec. So I know PK's been working on a lot of stuff that we want to hopefully test out down here that he's done and worked in Forsyth, that we hope we can transplant and introduce kids into those, and then also start getting people into the GFA programs and know that those types of things are available, that Cooper does a lot with us in GSEF as well. So all these different people, you know, my main thing is helping expand the Atlanta community down here a little bit to further south, that we're all working on the same stuff, and then creating new centers of gravity that, just as we talked to some of the startup folks earlier, our hope is really to create a center here in Columbus for game and game development, that I see a community that is growing, has an awesome creator mentality, that if we start getting those kids younger, they can see these as viable career pathways that are not just attainable, but are very practical.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just Atlanta already. I mean, these are all around the state. We talked about Cooper with the George Esports League. The GGDA started the George Esports League. Cooper Von Russum is now the commissioner for that. And it was all over the state. I mean, it's not just with the GSUs. It goes up to Kennesaw. It goes up to University of North Georgia. It goes out to University of South Georgia, Wiregrass Tech down in Valdosta. And, of course, Columbus State University was one of our founding members as well. So the interest, the skills, the development, we're definitely seeing it statewide. One of the great things about esports, of course, you have not just the skills as a player, but you learn the productions, you learn streaming, you learn content creation, you learn social media, so many different areas. What do you see, other than the playing, that interests the kids the most?
So honestly, and I'm really excited to see this, is I see, as we had Tygarlily earlier, is the streaming and production part of it actually is where a lot of attention is going. And our own focus here at CSU, Ace, really found her spot in production, in streaming, in shoutcasting, and other members have found that availability. And then they started doing it on their own, got some experience. One of the team members recently just did some shoutcasting for Generation Esports, and their I think it's their summer league that's currently going. So there's just all kinds of opportunity. So if you love games, and a lot of us do, like, I'm a generalist. I play everything, because they're like, okay, Coach Chris, you know, what's your jam? And I'm like, all of it? They're like, great, what are you good at? Sure. So a lot of that is really being able to get people kind of moving along and focusing on what's next. And I think that production side, that streaming side, is very practical, because if you're a generalist, just like a regular sport, you can get really good at understanding something, and we all are going to talk ad nauseum about the thing that we love, right? So it's really easy to be able to flip the camera on and just start. And I think that's what's great, is the cost of technology is now dropping, right? That it's not, you know, once upon a time, 5, even 10 years ago, it seemed unapproachable to do streaming. Now it's so easy. Most of us could do it from our phones, right, if we had to, and be practical. So I think that's where a big explosion is truly happening.
All right, so where do people find Columbus Got Game? So
you can find us on all of the social medias at Columbus Got Game, all one word, or Got Game GA is our website. So you can find out about us, see our event schedule and everything right there. Come out and join us. We're free. We are here as an advocate for you. So if you want to do more and learn more, just come out, reach out, and say hey.
And you have Twitch and YouTube, or where do they find you?
Right. So I'm not streaming a lot. We do have a Twitch. I think that's our next expansion, is as we grow, is getting local streamers involved. That, just like Tygarlily mentioned, that a team of streamers is your pathway to success, because I am one person. I have tried to be multiple people, but being a lot of different pieces is even better. So for sure.
And last question, you just mentioned having a team is the thing. What are your needs if people are interested in helping out?
Right.
What are you looking for?
So we led this conversation with nonprofit, which means that, yeah, the non part is really true about nonprofits. So we are a 501c3. People can donate right off from our website. You can donate. Otherwise, truthfully, one of the biggest things for us in building community is just sharing our events, coming to our events and supporting us, and sharing with other folks that we're just available. It's that easy. If you want to be part of community, be part of it, engage it, and share it with other folks, and we'll grow. And we've we were COVID born, as we say as a company. We started just before COVID started, and we survived out the other side because of people and viewers like you. So just thanks for the opportunity to be able to share a little more today.
Excellent. Columbus got game, y'all. All right. Next up. Next up, we have Victory. Victory Rehabilitation. That's awesome. Victory Rehabilitation. Get to rehabilitate my talking ability. Good having you on the Georgia Game Developer Association live stream. All right, tell us about Victory Rehabilitation.
So Victory Rehabilitation.
Keep it close.
Am I
Close
looking
to the
there?
lip.
Yeah. Victory Rehabilitation is we're a physical therapy group actually, and a lot of times you may not think of technology and gaming with physical therapy. When I was asked to sponsor, I've grown up on games and love, so any opportunity I have. But I actually get a lot of patients who come in from carpal tunnel and also long periods of sitting. And there's actually a diagnosis now, tech neck, where people get pain all through here, neck, shoulders, just from long periods of doing what you love to do. And so that and low back pain as well. But we also get a lot of carpal tunnel if you're spending a long time typing. And so we can do things to help with tendinitis, with muscle soreness, with just kind of get you back to doing what you want to do longer, and giving back to us who enjoy using what you're designing and everything. So.
Excellent. So for those of you who are long-term viewers of this channel, doesn't just mean you've been sitting here all day. But in the past, you've seen we've had Northside Hospital come on because they've got their esports practice, and we've done their exercise and often stop our streams in midstream and make you do the exercise. So guess what we're going to do? We're going to have Victory show us some simple neck and hand exercises. You ready?
We can do that.
All right. So these are the Victory exercises.
So I think the first thing is if you're sitting at a computer, a lot of times you're sitting here or at a gaming system. So first thing we can do is work on pinching your shoulders back. And so as you pinch your shoulders back, kind of like you're trying to hold on to a dollar bill onto between your shoulders, that will help bring your posture upright, take some stress off of your neck. Kind of along with that, you can tuck your chin back. So people always say, oh, I'm trying not to get a double chin, but I want you to go straight back like that to try to you don't get double points for that or triple points for that, but to try to work these muscles that help keep you up. Next easy one to do is if you grabbed your head and pulled over to the side, you should feel a nice stretch here. You're not trying to rip your head off, but you're just kind of loosening up to keep that strain off of your neck. Those simple things.
Both sides.
That's right. If you took a break every so often and just did a couple of those, that would save you a lot of pain in your neck. I'll show you a couple for your wrist as well. If you just take your hand and grab it and straighten out your arm, you're going to feel a nice stretch through there. All the muscles that do this or this all attach right there, and so we're getting a good stretch through there. And that just here and there, if you could do that, that would save you a lot of tension and pain in your wrist, actually. So, and forearm.
Excellent, excellent. Very good stuff. So one of the things that's interesting is when we work with Northside, they talk about the age variation in their customers. You get into rehabilitation, you think you're going to be doing older customers, but it's not. So what's the range of customers you deal with?
So my youngest patient right now is actually under 1 year old, a 1 year old.
Playing GTA.
That's right. And I have patients that are 99 and everywhere in between. We do really see a lot of people coming in now with, like I said, like tech neck or looking down on your phone, looking at a computer for a long time, or a gaming system, to where we're seeing that younger and younger, where it may have been when kind of older and you've put in a lot of work. Now you've put in a lot of work as you're younger. So we treat all ages for a variety of different things. I think with my clinic, and I was part of a bigger group in a large setting, we have individual treatment rooms. So it's one-on-one kind of with your therapist. It's not in a big open gym full of people. And so with that, it gives you a little bit of privacy, but it also kind of lets us treat anybody and everybody in a good, safe environment and where you feel comfortable. I think so.
Now, one of the fascinating things about therapy is people think it's like you've been paralyzed and you're going to take 5 years of therapy to learn to walk. But that's not usually the case. How long are your average patients visiting you for? What's their usual stretch of therapy?
So, I mean, usually you're looking at 4 to 6 weeks, maybe coming in 1 to 2 times a week. It depends on the injury. I do some manual treatments that people walk in and they come back the next time and say, hey, I don't need you anymore. I feel great, And, of course, if everyone was like that, I'd have a line down the street. But so we have some things that resolve quickly. We have some things that may take a couple of weeks. But, it's not where I need to see you 5 times a day for a year or anything like that usually. And I think what we always try to do is set up a home program as well to where you can – if you continue on with the exercises, it's something that'll last you for a long time, so you won't have to keep going into doctor's visits and everything.
And the last part of this is what we've also said with Northside, and I know that he does as well, is it's not just those physical exercises. There's also a nutrition component, there's a sleep component, etc. What are a couple quick tips you can give folks? Because this is the part you give them when they're at home. These are what you do. Sleep's a big part of it. The food's a big part of it. Be it around caffeine or be it around hydration or be it around just general diet tips. What do you generally recommend?
Well, I think, everyone would tell you get good sleep. Make sure you're drinking plenty of water for hydration. I think one of the biggest things I face is we're all going to get in a position. Nobody sits up straight and everything like that all the time. But I think the big thing, especially, is to not stay in a position so long. Get up and walk. We've seen a lot of standing desks kind of becoming a big thing. But I heard someone the other day say sitting is the new smoking as far as kind of what it does to your body. So if you are, do what you do, enjoy it, but take breaks, stand up, stretch out, do some of these quick stretches, and not stay in that just prolonged, just here for so long. That would really help you out. So.
Excellent. That 5-minute break every hour and 15-minute breaks every few hours. All right. Great stuff from Victory. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to take a pause on the interviews, and we'll be back. Remember, our next big presentation will be on play testing. You'll love it. Take care.
Hello, hello. Are we live? We're live. What's going on, everybody? How you doing? My name is Ron Jones, and welcome to what's the name of the panel? I think it's CIMFest playtesting, or how to playtest, or basically, I'm not sure, or we didn't really get much direction from the secrets of playtesting. Okay, that's a little direction. So we have a rather large panel here with a lot of experience, a lot of talents and whatnot. So I'm super excited to get to know them a little bit more and let them introduce themselves to you a little bit more. I guess I can start. So Ron Jones, I am an independent game developer. I do QA for Tripwire Interactive up in Roswell, in Atlanta. And I also run the Indie Cluster, which is an organization that helps provide opportunities for game developers. We do QA for indies, as well as provide spaces for them to kind of appear at different conferences and just create an overall good network, kind of a family environment for them. And I'm going to pass it along to my left.
Okay. I'm Joe Cassavaugh. I'm the Joe of Puzzles by Joe, and I've already spoken here today, so I'm going to keep that intro short. And I just do a game called Clutter. That's now the 14th game, was released about a month ago in the Clutter franchise, and life is good.
I'm Michael Brown. I'm the CEO of Vicarious PR and V Publishing. There you go.
All right. Hey, everyone. My name is Forrest. I've been in the video game industry for 10 years. I feel like we're all getting to know each other as well, so it's great to see everybody here. And, yeah, I've worked on games like Gigantic, Dreadnought, Rhyme, and now I'm EP/game designer on Realm Royale, so then looking into the future. So I love QA, love testing, and so hopefully I can help everybody out and get in a good direction.
Hi, I am Karen Williams with Hiccup Interactive. I actually graduated from Columbus State. Yay, represent, hi, alumni, I made it, I did it, thanks Mom. So, I've created a game called Urchins in Ink. It teaches Japanese. I go around and demo that. I've also done board games and appeared at Siege. I'm at a lot of cons. You see me, I can tell you about all the different ways of getting through it all and being a solo developer, and here you go.
Hello everyone. I'm Valencia Coleman. I'm also a CSU alumni again. So yay! I am associate gameplay engineer at Alchemy Labs, which makes VR games. I'm also an indie game dev. So I do both. I work at a company and I make games. And fun fact, than that, I'm also IGA Foundation alumni coordinator. So when people work at the IGDA and the department that does diversity in games, you guys come to me. I'm all about promoting diversity of games, especially people of color in the game industry. So that's my biggest thing. Nice to meet everyone.
Awesome. So like I mentioned, a lot of experience, a lot of different perspectives. So I think first question we can start off with, why is giving good feedback crucial to the game development, and what is the best kind of feedback?
Well, honest feedback is the best kind of feedback. You don't, which means you don't want you to use your friends to test your game. They're gonna lie to you. So if they're nice at all, they're gonna probably lie to you. So, so yeah, you just want honest feedback, and my only advice is you want honest feedback from people that enjoy your game. You don't care about the people that don't like your game, because if you try to appeal to them or make changes based on their feedback, you'll water down your game and you'll have a blah game. You actually want games that people hate and love, and you want to listen to the people that love your game, but they're still telling you why parts of it annoys them, and you want to remove, just like my talk, you want to remove the annoyance for them.
Thank you. Yeah, honest feedback's good. I think one of the things it's important to do is to try and get some metrics and analytics involved in the feedback. So, because often a lot of times gamers will tell you one thing verbally, but the data will tell you something completely different. So some people might say, oh, well, it's really hard, but it might be a vocal minority. And the data actually suggests that more than 60% of people are getting to a certain point. So really being able to quantify any feedback and data that you get gives you a better picture of the whole, rather than just relying on surveys or specific verbal feedback given.
Okay, so for me, I have about 20 outside, inside, internal testers, and those are kind of like my vanguard. So I know I'm going to get beaten up in the comments. I know as soon as a patch goes out, a game releases, the internet's going to absolutely roast me. So some of these people that test our game for us are some of the most passionate. They have a wide range, whether they have 100 hours in, 5,000 hours in, or 10,000 hours in. They bring me the stuff first. They say, hey, Thor, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And if I can make not all of them happy, because that never works out, but if I can make the majority of those happy, then that prepares me for the patch to say, hey, you've identified things. You brought all the stuff up, and so it just gets us farther to the finish line. So, yeah, without those, I would be completely lost, so for sure.
I would say the most important thing very first off is to figure out what would be good feedback for your game, because not every feedback that you get is necessarily applicable per se. And so as far as like getting general feedback, getting people to play your game is definitely important, but being able to pinpoint what information is something that you can actually do something with, or that is actually something that you can shoot for, that's quantifiable and achievable. Because if someone's like, oh, I wish your game had better graphics, it's Bloxel art. Like, what do you want? So figuring out what is good feedback for you, and then also being able to pinpoint what someone is getting at. I personally really like watching people play my game, because there's a lot that you can get from facial expressions and things that you see them doing and being frustrated with, that they may not verbalize, that they don't know that they're doing, and that kind of like helps to make it a better experience from what you can see how they're experiencing it.
Everything everyone says completely true, and I gotta twist the question in a way that makes my answer different. So I'm going to do this in a way that is working with a team, because I am a team lead on 2 indie games I'm working on, and feedback is vitally important, but also taking the feedback to the right person. For example, I am the programmer / producer for one of my 2 indie games. I get art feedback. I'm like, what do I do with that? So I need to go to my artist. We need to sit down and chat and ask, is this feedback useful for you? And how so? Please explain, is it useful? For example, one of my visual novels that I'm working on a team with, you'll be surprised how much work goes into a visual novel. They was talking about their colors were crashing, and I don't know what color theory is. I'm a programmer. And so I went to my artist and be like, so the colors are clashing what people are saying. Is this important to you? Are we getting several people saying that? How do we fix that? And it took a team meeting to discuss that feedback. Like, that's the most important thing, having retros with your team, meeting with other people with the feedback. Because the way we get feedback in those games, we just post on itch.io and see what people say. Because the thing on itch.io, most people aren't there to be haters most of the time. They're really nice people up there, and the other developers play your game. They be like, I understand the walking, here's how you can do to fix it. So that helps a lot with getting feedback, and having team meetings and meeting with other people and be like, okay, I got this feedback, but how do I fix it? Feedback's not very helpful if no one tells you, like, this is the thing that's wrong. Getting very specific feedback is very useful. So, yeah, that's my twist on the answer. Twist on the question.
Yeah, definitely just to add on a lot of that. Like, my favorite feedback, or I guess at least for me, because, you can have a conversation with somebody and, what is it, like 10% or like 90% of what we communicate isn't verbal, right? So a lot of things that people are trying to say, or how people actually might feel, it's not really going to be, they might not know how to put it into words, or like, I just saw you fail at this part, don't say that you liked it, or something like that. So like, the wires can get crossed. But so I really like watching people, not watching people like that, let me finish talking. I really enjoy watching people play my game, and to practice not saying anything, to find out where they fall into certain traps, or what's confusing, where they get lost at, how long does it take them to get unlost. Like, a lot of that is really important feedback, I believe, for developers, so they can kind of, because the developer isn't going to be there when the millions of players that you want to play your game. You're not going to be in the chat like, hey, do this, you know what I'm saying? So the game really has to speak for itself in that regard. So I think that's very important. Just a quick, I wanted to read the room for a little bit, or for a quick second. How many people are developing their own game? Okay, good handful. Maybe about half. That's awesome. What about anybody that's actually trying to get a position or a job of QA testing? Anybody? Okay, one and a half. Okay, two. Okay, cool. But I'm assuming everybody here are game enthusiasts. Everybody play games, right? We all like playing games. Okay, awesome. Just a quick. So the next question I think we can ask is some of our favorite bugs, or basically like our interactions with this code or this art that isn't really working as it should. Like what are some experiences to let people know like what could be a bug, or what is a bug, or maybe in the game development process, like what's something that's really kind of stumped you a little bit, or what you had to get over.
Come back to me. I need to think on that.
I don't know. I'm a business marketing guy. Like, I don't know code. I think the biggest story I have of something like that was during an open beta. One of my clients realized that the game was fundamentally broken on a global scale, and then we had to, within 12 hours, pull the game down, retract about 700 emails to press and influencers, revoke almost 1.2 million keys on Steam, and then panic for about 6 days until we figured out if we could fix it or not, which we did, and it rolled out again. But yeah, I mean, a simple problem can go wrong.
Okay, so occasionally I get, and this is an unfixed bug in some ways, and it may or may not get ever fixed, because number one, players don't read. So if you tell them, so forth. So my favorite is so Clutter's a game about usually picking two objects that match. So I've gotten, I think, 3 or 4 emails over the years, and I do have 10,000 people playing the game, okay? So 3 or 4 isn't much, but it's, they found me, and I have less than 2,000 people that have probably found me. But 3 or 4 go, I think there's a bug in level such and such. And you go, and they go, well, what does it do? Or they tell me, and they say, I click on a match, and it won't let me click, and the screen goes dark. I go, okay. And basically I send them back this message. So if you look at the icons before the game starts, you'll see there's a 2 with a not symbol on it. And there's also a 1 in a blue diamond that tells you only need 1 to match. These are called singleton puzzles. And you're looking for things that don't have a match. And because we don't want you to just click willy-nilly, we have to darken the screen when you hit one that does have a match. So you're trying to find, for instance, the 10 objects in this field of 100 that don't have a match. But either the pop-up text or Clutter 1000 at least had no text, so they were supposed to sort of figure this out on their own. Players that don't think there's a bug in the game when the game doesn't have a bug other than they haven't figured out the icons yet. So, but it's the first time I heard about it, it took me a while to figure out what they were talking about. So, and I still don't know what to do about it, because I have heard from players that actually tell them what a singleton game is, and then they still run into that. later on when they probably forgot what a singleton is. No. But I can't get rid of it's a great puzzle, so I'm not going to get rid of that variation.
Okay, I have two examples for two different sides of the group. For the developers, one of the most annoying, hateful bugs I've ever ran into was I had 20 actors for spawning into a location with the bots, and I hit the nav mesh and everything was good, but the bots wouldn't spawn. And I'm like, okay, why aren't the bots spawning? The bots should be there. And I couldn't get the bots to spawn at all. And so I raised all the actors up, so the bots would kind of spawn in the air, then kind of fall down. And then Unreal says, no, do not do this. This is the worst thing you could possibly do. Red air is flying everywhere. And I'm like, okay, obviously I shouldn't do this. So I was stuck. I didn't know what to do. And then my level designer comes over and he says, no, ignore all of what Unreal is saying. Just hit the compile code and it's going to be okay. And I was like, ignore Unreal? Like, this is telling me not to do this. And so just trust your instincts sometimes, developers. Just hit that button and give it a go. And so that was one that I saw it and I was like, why? I had to do the exact opposite of what Unreal is telling me to do. So that was fun. For you though, in the back, wanting to be a QA, if I have snacks or if I have an extra treat or whatever, I always drop my extra treats or whatever to my friends who are in programming and QA. You are so essential to a project. And I can speak a little bit to the part where often QA people will be like, hey, this is broken, designer. You need to fix this or, give feedback to the designer, which is great. It's integral to the part. I oftentimes deal with Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo going into CERT. And that's where you give a build over to Nintendo, and they say, this is bad. This is broken. Go do it again. And that's a very stressful time. And there's been so many times where Bazir and other teams, QA people would come to me and they say, hey, how can I help? So to the person in the back wanting to get into QA, you are coveted. You are loved. We will always love you because you are just so important to that process. So anybody that tells you otherwise just hasn't been into game design or game industry. So keep your chin up. And I absolutely hate it when people look down on QA. You're important. You're a way to get in the video game industry, and we wouldn't be here without you. So keep shining, QA.
So I would say my big bug shenanigans would be that art can be a bug, and it sometimes can be difficult to discern whether this is a bug that you need to fix or that you need to telegraph in a different way. Urchins and Ink is an underwater game. As much as everyone hates underwater levels, I don't know. I think I wanted to make it more difficult for myself. So in the early aughts, before I got an artist in, I just kind of put in some placeholder art, and I used just sand. Oceans have sand. We're underwater. It's blue. There's sand. Should be not complicated. Apparently, my sand was so ugly that a majority of my feedback whenever I would get people to play test my game is that I don't know, sand's kind of ugly. I was like, well, did you learn anything? Did you like it? Did it crash? Your sand's pretty ugly. So that's when I was like, okay, maybe I should get an artist into this and get rid of my ugly sand that's apparently breaking my game. But those type of things, art can be distracting. It can take away from the experience of the game. As a developer, as a designer, you want to focus on my mechanics are great, my gameplay is amazing, but for real, the art can cause unexpected experiences, and that impacts the success and enjoyability of your game sometimes. Another less obnoxious art issue that I actually accept and don't see as stupid is I have bubbles. My game has bubbles in it, and you're supposed to go and touch the bubbles. However, in a lot of games, you see bubbles, you shoot bubbles. I would get a lot of players that would try to shoot the bubbles instead of touching them, and they'd be confused why the game isn't continuing. So even so far as changing my interactables to changing the appearance, adding sparkles to it, something that makes it want to be touched as opposed to shooting to. Some of those are things that also you wouldn't have noticed unless you saw someone play it and see that they're not interpreting your thing properly. So removing your preconceived notions of just we're underwater, there's sand, whatever, no big deal. Oh, there's bubbles, go touch the bubble. There's a lot of times that your issues can be fixed by adjusting your art and getting someone else to look at it that has an artistic perspective as opposed to a developer one. So yeah.
So my favorite bug of all time was one that no one noticed, and it was great. So I was making an RPG Maker horror game for, if you guys know RPG Maker horror back in the day, woo, I love the, yes, classic. So I was making one, and it was getting some good feedback, and nothing too terrible. And then my other programmer said, hey, Valencia, so I noticed no one's commenting on the chase scene at the end, which is usually a pretty big thing in horror games. I was like, that's an interesting thing. Why is no one commenting on the chase scene in the end? No one at all. So he had his friend play the game, and we had one line of code that was actually skipping over the chase scene. So you'll finish the level and go straight to the credits. How is the player supposed to know there is a whole nother part of the game? They won't comment 'cause they won't notice it. So I was like, oh my God, that was a huge bug, but we didn't get any feedback on it 'cause how is the player supposed to know? So we had to go back and fix it, and it was one line of code that was messing up everything. That's the best bugs in the whole entire world. When he's like, oh my gosh, it's one line. So that was my favorite one, because it was just, what got me is that no one said anything, because no one knew. So that was one of my favorites. And coming from my job perspective, how important QA is to games is insanely important. Like he was saying, love for the person doing QA in the back. Because at my company, we have QA testing for our game every Wednesday and Friday, every week, all the time. We have people playing our game all the time. The other developers have to come and volunteer. You get volunteer as tribute to go play test. Because we have to constantly be fixing bugs in the game, especially with our newer game that I can't talk about. But it's insane how many times we have to play test. But that's why our games come out pretty nice. If you ever play Job Simulator or Vacation Simulator, that's why you don't see bugs, so we play testing all the time. So, yeah, that's what I got to say.
That is awesome. I appreciate it. I love that attitude. Play test as often as possible. All right, next question. It kind of leads into it. So what skills do you like in a tester, and how do you find those testers?
So I don't really use testers. Way back, I used to watch people play the game, and a diverse crowd or whatever. And somebody mentioned it earlier, but I'm going to repeat it. If you do watch people play your game, keep your mouth shut. If you open up your mouth at all, you've just lost any value. You're going to lose all future value. You can't say, oh, if you just click there, you'll get around that problem. It's pointless. You just go back and fix it and then bring it to another group. I'm my own QA. The buck stops with me. I used to have a beta that I went through that was a little too painful. So a group of players that would volunteer to be betas, I would give it to them, and then they would give me feedback. I am not allowed to capture information like other games, so the feedback has to be just written. They have to tell me the level or whatever. My games, I've been to Unity for about 5 years now, so the games are solid enough now that I actually just do early access prepaid beta. So they know a possible another version is coming, but anybody who wants the game early just pays the money, and then they can offer me feedback or they don't. And all I do is listen to that, and that's it. I don't have people play the game anymore. The main game hasn't changed that much. I wouldn't get value from it anymore. And I'm my own QA. And one last thing, and I automate a lot of the testing now. I have a one-button thing that will actually print out every level in my game, even though there's 2,800 levels. And then I can just review the screenshots, and I can look through the debug log to see if any level didn't complete, building, like ran into a null pointer or something, like that. So that's me. I'm done.
Yeah, I actually do testing a little bit differently. So we do multiple phases, and each with a different purpose. So we do one test, these focus group testing, that we take the intended target audience and have them play to check for things like, do they enjoy the game, in terms of how the game is supposed to be played, are they doing it as intended. We also have QA companies come in who their sole purpose is not to play the game, but to try and break the shit out of it, basically. And so they spend all their time kind of running into walls and jumping down things that they're not supposed to, so that we can kind of fix those issues and find any bugs. Then we do media testing. So what I do is I get a bunch of games journalists and pay them to do in-house, essentially, reviews where I can kind of take the temperature on how media and the public would perceive any particular game, and the mechanics and how the enjoyment of it. And then we do larger testing, such as a beta or an open alpha or something like that. So after that point, we collect all of the data, both from surveys, from feedback, and then obviously in-game data, and we compile it all, and that's consistently throughout the process. So hopefully by the end of it, we end up in a situation where we've got something that will actually sell well and be well received. But yeah, that's how we do it.
I want to tackle this from a little bit from a live service game, a PvP game. So first and foremost, influencers oftentimes are invited to do playtests, and they're said, hey, come check out the game, give feedback. As an influencer in the past, I would go in and be like, hey, this is really broken, or this is not, I would play thousands of hours of your games. And on the other side of the fence, as a game designer, I love my game. I want to play my game as much as possible, but we all know that we have lives and we're doing 10 different things at once. And so oftentimes the people who play the game the most, the influencers, the players out there, the esports players, they have very, very great feedback. But what often happens is that maybe those meetings are once a month. And they'll say, hey, Forrest, the sniper rifle's broken, the fireball's too strong, and or I would say that as an influencer, and then maybe a month later we'd get a patch, and it'd be like, okay, the sniper rifle got nerfed a month later. When I went back on the other side of the fence as a game designer, I knew personally I felt very passionate, and I was like, hey, we got to change how this kind of works. So sat down with Hi-Rez. I was like, Hi-Rez, we're going to do something very, very dangerous and very sneaky and very, it could blow up in our faces, but Stu, for his credit, the CEO, is like, hey, Thor, show me what you got. So I found some people that I've worked with on the influencer side that I trusted vehemently. I said, hey, like, I know you have my back. You love Hi-Rez. I love Hi-Rez. And this is only going to work if we create this like mutual sense of respect. So brought these people in, and we slowly curated over time a group of 10 to 20 individuals that act as our QA. They have direct line of feedback to me. And I hate the word A/B testing, but really it's where they come in on a Monday. They say, hey, Thor, the sniper rifle's too strong. The fireball hits too hard. And I say, you know what? You're right. Patch, we're going to have a build next Tuesday. Tomorrow, tell me how you feel you like it in there. And so it's a direct line of communication where it's testing is like that. It's not having to wait, a month to have another build. It's just, hey, you guys have direct access to the build. Let me know what you think. And that's something that takes a lot of faith and a lot of like, hey, this could be dangerous, because the publishing team's like, no, don't do it. Do not do this. Because they get to see all of our dirty bits. They get to see the next skins coming out. They get to see the next content, right? And so that is something that for the game developers out there, you're gonna have to walk out there, take a little bit of a risk. But if you can find those special people, the people that have your back, you build those trusts with you, and then you can kind of curate that group, you can make something very special out of it. And so it's kind of dangerous, kind of new coming in the video game industry. And of course, with the overall atmosphere of the video game industry, it's kind of sinking. It's kind of like getting smaller and smaller. It's very hard in the tech industry. So finding those people is going to be a little bit harder, but that's something I'm very, very passionate about. Getting the people who are the most passionate about your game able to test it and able to give feedback on a Monday, get a new build on a Tuesday, and then say, hey, did we do good? Did we do bad? Like, do you got like the direction this is going? And so that's been pretty interesting, pretty wild. So
speaking as a difference between like a QA person versus just like an average person that's playing and providing feedback. The difference with a QA person, I would say I would expect them to like recall the context of how they triggered whatever bug or whatnot that's going on. Because if it's like, oh, hey, this thing crashed here because of this is what the error I got. Well, as a developer, I've got 10 more questions. Like, were you touching this thing over here? Like, because like if I've got an idea of what could be causing this, I want to know more about what was going on in order for me to recreate that and make sure that it doesn't happen again. So I would say like the difference between a QA person, just a random person that's demoing, is being aware of what you're doing as you're playing and how that is impacting the game space and how that could be given back to developers so they can fix things. Be able to have a conversation, for one thing, being able to communicate. Communication is a huge component of that that is not allowed for someone that's just like, hey, I enjoyed this, but I keep glitching out on this area. I want to have a conversation with whoever that QA person is to ensure that I understand the ins and outs. This never comes up again, and we can just nip this in the bud. And what if there's other use cases around that bug that could be called, and spreading things out. So like from a developer point of view, we're not just only fixing that bug in that situation, we're also considering the other ways that impacts the rest of the game system, and if this could cause something else over here. So keeping in mind your awareness and being able to communicate what was going on at the time of that, taking notes about it, so on and so forth.
So my favorite kind of testers are actually two types. The people on my itch.io, because usually people on itch.io playing games are not like looking for the best amazing game in the world. They're looking for a small developer. They just want to play their game. And some of the best feedback I got was people from itch.io just finding my game. That being said, the reason people aren't sure I found my game because I put it out there and I had a community. So going back to our keynote speaker, having community as a developer is very, very important. You'll find people who are passionate about your game and willing to give you feedback. So those are my favorite kind of testers. And also my favorite kind of testers are fellow developers. They also know what you're going through because they're also developing games. So a lot of times they get it, like Ken said, and also they can give you suggestions how to fix it. There's been so many times I have been on my little developer Discord and been like, yeah, this is broken, but like how do I fix it? And the developer's like, oh, this is how you fix it. You're using Unity, right? And they would help you. And it was amazing. So I tell all game developers to do this. Please interact with other developers and know other developers that can help you out. And another thing I'd say to developers as well, don't take the feedback personally. A lot of times you take it too personally, be like, oh my gosh, I'm so offended. But yeah. But it's just a lot of to help the game better. Like as Joe said, there's haters and especially people who like your game. So avoid the haters and listen to the people that actually like your game because they're going to give you suggestions that can actually help you out, which is why I love itch so much. I love my itch community and I love my developer community. So yeah.
That is awesome. I guess that's the perfect time to do a little self promo. That's actually kind of what we do at Indie Cluster. We love giving feedback to developers since we're developers ourselves. But yeah, so it seems like we have a good amount of time for some questions. If you guys want to maybe pose a question to us individually or ask a question generally about PlayStation or anything like that. Anybody want to raise their hand? What's up, man? So the question was, do we see or when do we see or do we often see when testers are? Oh, what? Okay, so what do we do when we see a tester? Gotcha. So where do we draw the line as far as fixing an issue when we see somebody kind of getting stuck when it comes to like an onboarding issue, or is it just something else in the game development?
Yeah. So, kind of being a little funny. So a lot of people say skill issue. I say design issue. So my tutorial, and I learned this the hard way through my several classes. That tutorial is designed for onboarding, but the rest of the game might not be. So am I designing the level in a way that still enforces what the tutorial said? If not, then they might get confused and lost. If I ever see a tester doing something they're not supposed to do or doing something the wrong way, I'm like, am I designing this incorrectly? Because it can functionally work. That's whole reason I actually went to my master's class, because I was like, I can make games function, but I can't make them fun or design well. So that's why I went to design classes. So always go back and look at your design, 'cause that's a huge issue, and it's hard to fix sometimes in the bug. So design issues, when you have that, always is like, well, how is the level to being designed? So who else wants to answer?
Something else that I would say is important to consider is who your audience is, because like they may not play the type of game that you're making, or if you're doing something that's particularly niche. Taking that in consideration and weighing how much you want to cater to those people that may not be a part of that audience. As far as like certain game literacies and stuff along those lines, like sure, the tutorials and walkthroughs and stuff like that may help, but also realizing who you're making the game for. I've had situations where I've had to change my controls because a lot of my audience is potentially children. So like having buttons that are too far apart where their little hands can't reach is like an issue that I had to address that I didn't think of because I have people hands. I have adult hands. So I'm not thinking about that. So, being able to adjust things to cater to your audience, but also not making too much of the game about the particularities of non-focused audience members, I guess you can say. And if you need to explain more things, if you need to highlight more things, sometimes those can be fixed through art as opposed to mechanics and game designs. Maybe just like having something glow or having certain sound cues and things like that. That can help people to piece together the deductive reasoning in order to go where you want them to go. Like a lot of games having those coins that are just like drip through the rest of the level, that helps to lead them to go into the right order, as opposed to just like, you need 99 coins to buy this prize. So like design, art, those type of things can help to fix those issues where people aren't quite getting the game. And QA testers are going to do some wacky stuff. They kind of have to. It's part of their job. Like, I'm not going to be able to fix why this thing keeps clipping over there. So like, weighing that importance as well, and applicability of the average person that you're aiming to have play the game.
So I'll start with the negative. If you think popping up a text to tell them what they need to do, or that you need a tutorial, then you want to go back to the design and figure out how you can do it without that. I would put it this way. I would put a challenge to the developers of, with the exception of explaining your controls in a controller game, like up arrow, down arrow, and not explaining what they do, but maybe explaining which ones are active. That's about the only help I would want, in a game. Sorry, as a crutch. As, you should be able to figure out how to design a level or get your onboarding done without a formal tutorial. Again, popping up and telling them something is the wrong answer. I'll go further. I write stories in my stupid game that talk about the games. I specifically tell my players that I hate breaking somebody else's aha experience. And you can, even if one person doesn't get it, you can make the argument to your boss you don't care about that one person out of 100, okay? You can get by, but you have to be honest with yourself. Did he really miss something that everybody gets and he doesn't, because he doesn't play 3D, he doesn't do button mashes, whatever, you don't want to bend over backwards to please the one idiot to get him through your game that annoys your 99 people that are playing your game. That's what I was getting to. And I didn't start there, but that's what I was getting to. You don't want to annoy the group.
Yeah. Awesome.
But you can find a middle ground. It just takes work.
Yeah, I'm definitely one of those players that skips tutorials, and then like my pride is no, I don't regret it. Like I mean, my pride is too much to say that I regret it out loud. Right, right. But as a a designer, I really love seeing design and UX examples where things are almost retold or retaught through each level that we're playing. Whether it's small little audio cues, visual cues, just the UI in general. Work. I mean, all of that is really just, or at least I respect a lot of all of that, rather than just putting it in the beginning in the tutorial. Yeah. Right. 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 That'll definitely help. All right. Any other questions? Maybe last question. Tips for becoming a playtester. I guess I can start with that. Just playing games, playing different types of games, having life experiences, and just looking at kind of what I alluded to earlier. Just looking at design, period. I think the idea of seeing a video game as a virtual space, its own universe, really, where when you first jump in, you're essentially being born and becoming a child and adult, all in that same, right? So you got to learn the physics, you got to learn if you can jump, what you can run into. You kind of doing all that in a little microcosm, right? So if you look at it like that, then you can start seeing similarities to design, to see what is communicated efficiently from the developer, whether it's colors, whether it's affordances. You can recognize a door, but you might not know how to interact with it, right? In a game. But even here, in the real world, you can look at a door, and we've all had the example, or at least seen somebody pushing a door when they're supposed to be pulling it, right? So there's a lot of design choices, intentional choices that might not be communicated to the player, to the whoever is interacting with it. So just kind of thinking about a lot of that is usually what I like to think about or practice when testing games.
I'm only going to say one thing. Somebody wants to become a play tester. The emphasis is on tester, not the play. You're not going to have, if you're doing the job right, you're not really having fun. If you're having fun too long, you're not really testing the game anymore. You need to decide that before you really want to become a play tester, because it's a different skill set. You can enjoy play testing, but you're enjoying the testing, not the playing.
Yeah, get used to writing reports and doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over. So yeah, if you want to be it's fun, but it's repetitive and it's work, and 6 hours into doing the same level for the 900th time it's not so much fun no more.
So if I reached out to my CM and I was like, hey, you want to be, this person's asking me to tester, I think the first thing I'm looking for is temperament and mentality. That is so important. If somebody comes at me and says, you're an idiot, why did you do it this way? And I'm like, okay, now it's out the window. Exactly. And so much of what I do with my testers is just having that dialogue. We get 20 of the different skill levels, but into the same room, and we're just in good spirit, yelling at each other. We're challenging each other back and forth, but we're doing it in a way where it's like, hey, think about it from this angle, think about it from this angle. Temperament is such a big thing when it comes to that. And then being able to speak eloquently about how you feel this. This is something that I potentially should be this way. Having passion and just going for it. And that's something that I'll always reach out to my CMs and be like, tell me about this person. Do they feel like it? And if I have somebody come to my DMs and like, hey, here's this bug. This is how you replicate it. And it's concise. It's I can read 4 or 5 different lines. There's not a lot of story or back end as far as this bug goes. I'm like, perfect. Let's grab them up. So also be trustworthy. Be trustworthy, because I'm letting you underneath the hood, and be able to respect an NDA and be like, please do not. You're out of here if you break an NDA. And I've had so many people break NDAs, and then just over time. But yeah, temperament and mentality, and those are my things that I look for.
I would say communication, awareness, and inverse problem solving. So be aware of what you're doing. Like I said before, know how you got to where you got, and what buttons you pressed, what you were doing at the time, how fast you were going. All those details are important to help pinpoint these things. With the inverse problem solving, essentially, like if something caused an issue, think about the other ways that this impacted it, all the stuff that was going into it, because this is information that you need to communicate to your team, to your developer, all that jazz, so that they can fix it. Your goal is to find things to be fixed, so we need to know as much information as possible to what's broken so that it can properly be fixed. As wonderful as it is to get caught up in the other parts of the game, it's just so important to make sure that we're creating a quality product. And creating a quality product involves like you thinking about all the ways that someone could potentially mess it up or have an issue. They get frustrated. Your goal is to help reduce the player having these type of problems so that we can catch them on the back end. So yeah, and communicate. Like, this is super important. I know being introverted is a huge part of our game people. We're nerds and we stay inside, but you got to talk. You got to be able to tell what's going on and be able to have a back and forth with someone so that these things can be resolved.
Going to the people that want to have a job in QA, I would suggest that you have a game in almost every genre that you understand fully, so that way you can communicate to the game developer, because you don't know what job you're going to have in QA. Let's say you get offered as a QA tester for a puzzle game, but you don't play puzzle games at all. So how are you supposed to help like Joe if you don't know what puzzle games are like? So one thing I did as a developer, I think this can help as a tester. Before I became a developer, I had a favorite game in every genre, including sports, including mobile, including all that. I didn't know where I was going to be. I know I was going to develop a multiplayer game. I don't know if I'm going to develop a single player game. I don't know what my job's going to ask for when I get that offer. So I need to know several different genres so I can be useful no matter what genre I get picked in. So that's my advice.
All right. Well, thank you to our panelists, and thank you everybody for showing out and helping out.
Are we on? Excellent. Hey, everybody. We are still on. So, glad you enjoyed that panel on playtesting. Valencia was one of our wonderful presenters on it. And she has agreed to sit down and tell us more about what she's up to. She hinted at a whole bunch of cool different things. Now we're going to actually learn about them. Valencia, please tell us about yourself and cool nail polish.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just got it done yesterday. So what I do, several things. Before I got into game industry, I was an indie developer. I still am an indie developer. And I just make games at itch.io. I just kept publishing games at itch.io. And these aren't like big hit games. You go on itch.io, you're going to see a lot of text-based games and visual novels and RPG Maker games and 1 or 2 Unity games. And you're like, how in the world did she get a job into the industry? Because publishing the game and making the game is like the most important thing. When I did get the interview at Alchemy Labs, which I work as an associate gameplay engineer, I got it, and they was sitting there playing my game in the middle of the interview, found a bug, and asked me how I'm going to fix that bug in the interview. And I was like, oh gosh. But because I knew the game inside out, I actually knew how to fix the bug. And I was able to answer the interview question. So that's one thing I did, but way before I start working at Alchemy Labs as a gameplay engineer. And another thing I do, I am also the IGA Foundation Alumni Coordinator. So I'm with the IGA Foundation. I did Xbox Game Camp. I'm a Google Women in Gaming Scholar. I do a lot of things. So several things I do in the game industry. And I promote diversity in games.
Excellent. So what's your itch? Tell us your itch.
My itch is VC Creative Endeavors. You look up VC Creative Endeavors, VC Valencia Coleman, you can find it on itch.io. And if you look up 1000 Sleepless Tales, it's one of the most popular games out there.
All right, well, then my next question would be, tell us one of your favorite games and why. One of your own that you made. Favorite games and why. And that sounds like a great one right there.
1000 Sleepless Tales is an RPG Maker horror game. So yes, man, the RPG Maker engine. And it's an homage to RPG Maker horror games like Ib and The Witch's House and those really old games when I played them when I was younger. And I worked with a team that I found on itch.io. It was some program said, hey, I'm working this game jam. I need other people. So I dragged my closest friend who wanted to make a game. And she is actually a CSU alumni as well, but she went to chemistry. And I'm in computer science. I grabbed her as the artist and the writer. I came a program. We had another program. We found a music person. And we made this amazing little horror game called 1000 Sleepless Tales. And it's about this little girl traveling through a land of dreams that is still being made. We're still fixing it and cleaning it up and making more acts. I love it so much. Because I love that the teams stick together. I love that all the teams I work with are still together. We're still improving the game.
Well, I'm glad you're talking about things you love because that was my next question. What do you love most about being in the game industry?
I love the people. Oh my gosh, I met so many cool people in the game industry. And I could just be myself in the game industry. I used to work in a very corporate world, and I couldn't be myself. I couldn't dye my hair. I couldn't do other things. And I was all like, it was fine, but I was like hiding a part of myself. When I'm in the game industry, I went to GDC this year. I felt belonging there. And I felt like, oh my gosh, these are my people. These are people I can be around. And it's very important to be yourself in the game industry because even not, they will sniff it out. They will sniff it out real quickly that you're not being yourself. So be yourself and meet other people and network. Please network. You want to be in the game industry, you have to know other people.
Awesome. Great stuff, Valencia. Thank you. Welcome to the industry.
Thank you.
You can transition us.
Are we live? Welcome to CIMFest2023. We are back. This will be our final panel of the day. It's going to be startups, PR, and content creation. So let's get started. My name is Michael Grantham. I'm your moderator for today, and I am a part of Pirate Pixel Game Studio. We're a startup game studio. And we'll get into more of like what all we've gone through. It's been quite the learning process. So yeah, so I will hand it off here to our next.
Hi, I'm Becca Jones. I am a marketing professor here at CSU. I've been here since 2019 after moving from Memphis. My specialties are in sales. So I teach kind of the psychology behind selling a product, whether that be a physical good or a service, which video games kind of lie a little bit in between, because you have the tangible, like actual, like physical thing, but when you're actually playing that experience, that service is something that is a big thing you have to focus on whenever you're trying to sell content that you've created. I'm also, my background's in consumer behavior and kind of how psychology of human beings can be impacted by manipulating certain things. So maybe, and that sounds like a bad word. It's not all bad. But a lot of it has to do with like using the right color to evoke the right emotion. So like when you're designing a video game or something like that, you know, you need to be aware of those kind of psychological things that are underlying in almost all human beings. So.
I'm Michael Brown. I'm the CEO of Vicarious PR. Vicarious is a full-service marketing agency that's international. We've done everything from AAA games to solo indie devs operating out of the garage and kind of the wide range in between. We've generated about $6.5 billion in revenue for games over the past 5 years. And yeah, that's pretty much what we do.
I'm Tygarlily. I was the keynote earlier, and what I do on a daily basis is I help market games as an influencer. So there's different variations for me. For Ants Online, Atlanta Network Technologies, where we try to market bigger games that come out, but then I also, as an influencer and creator on the side, I join creator programs for like Amazon Game Studio, or for example, Blizzard has Diablo and their partner program.
I'm Alex Kingsley. I am the co-founder with Michael of Pirate Pixel Game Studio and an alumni of CSU. And we are a brand new company trying to make our way in the game industry and figuring out how to both build a business and build a game at the same time.
So thank you for the introductions, everybody. So what I had a couple of ideas for some topics. One of the things is sort of like for startups or like people starting out, trying to be entrepreneurs or trying to make their own business. So one of the things that we've learned is when it's just us two, or like it's just you starting out, you have to be a jack of all trades. And one of the things that we learned is to expect the unexpected. And so, like for instance, we're trying to like get the business side of it done. I mean, we want to make the games, but also making a business is completely different. It's foreign to me. Like I didn't take like a minor in business or anything like that. So so learning all of that has been quite fun. We'll say it's been fun. With that sort of topic, being a jack of all trades, like, is that something that you guys agree with? Like, I guess that's something that I would I'll pose that to the panel. So.
I think that's anything new in life. Luckily, we have the internet these days, so you can find most answers to things and kind of how that works. But I would say that definitely, at least from the business side of it, I would definitely find what your value is in how you're going to set yourself apart from everybody else, and whether that's you including influencers and stuff like that in your content creation and your kind of the way in which you're selling yourself. I think finding a unique kind of niche is the key to actually becoming successful and becoming profitable. And then you look at that value creation point and you kind of build your company around that.
Yeah, I think one of the most frustrating parts of my job is dealing with developers who are incredibly creative but have no business sense whatsoever. And them coming to me 2 weeks before launch saying, please help me sell my game. And I'm like, it's too late. You've got 2 weeks before you launch. I think developers really need, especially indie devs, need to start from scratch and really work on their business plans and marketing plans from the get-go. Like, there's so many times where I see really good games fail because there just wasn't enough marketing done, and the branding wasn't done from the start, or even that they developed a game without any kind of marketing or commercial mindset, where they would make decisions that, you know, it's great for them in their house, but for 250,000 players, not so great. And so I think one of the things that developers have to realize, especially when you're doing your first game or your first company, is to really plan and think about those things from the start before before you're 2 years into coding and everything like that, is to figure out like how you're going to get this to market, what your branding is going to be, how are you going to create an audience not only for your game but for your company, because there's so many developers who have a successful game and then they release a second game and nobody buys it, and people go, well, I made that game, but they don't know, there's no brandability to their company, so they don't translate that audience into followers of the company. And there's very few companies that have successfully done that even today. So if more developers figured out we need to pay attention to more than just the code at the start, you would probably have higher average sales and more successes all around.
Coming from a streamer's point of view, it's almost like marketing a video game. You just want to think of your branding, how you'll market yourself to a gaming company. So an example is, I only like RPG games, and so I'm only going to brand myself out to RPG games that just really fit my vibe and like the vibe of my community, because I already know what they like, so I'm going to provide that to them, right? I also manage 2 other influencers and streamers. One is a professional Valorant player, and the other one dabbles in Battle Royale content creation. So when I'm presented with how would you like to market our game, for example, when it comes to the table, be like, well, I have a Battle Royale specialist that can really like highlight this and show his passions in it, so he'll get it. I wouldn't give that to myself, right? And another would be a first-person shooter. She is very good at Valorant. I'm not very good at Valorant, but she'll appeal to first-person shooter audiences. So we're just starting, so it's a great question, because I'm like trying to figure out how I and my team can market video games. Right now we're practicing with like AAA titles, but it'd be nice to like start to reach out, and that's my goal with Ants Online, is actually to start getting more involved with the indie community and highlighting that in the Atlanta area. So
I would say one thing that I found is just constant research. Every single week now I am researching something and learning how to manage a different side of a business that I've never thought of before. But then along with that, having your hand in all these different places, also realizing the strengths of the people around you, and finding other people that have these strengths that you don't have, so that you don't have to wear yourself out figuring out how to do everything by yourself. Just try to use the help of others to make it easier on yourself.
I also want to point out too how important networking is. I would say that, like, I go to the esports Peach Belt conference, and I talk to high schoolers, and I say, hey, that's part of this my sales pitch to their parents, and them is, we have scholarships for this at CSU. We have game development within our programs at CSU. And so just even that, I mean, it's in South Carolina. I've been a couple times, and even just something like that, I've met so many, gamers and people that have specialties in certain esports games, as well as just meeting the high schoolers and seeing what they like, because they're the next generation they're going to be developing things. And so when you said research, I was thinking, that was something that I asked them. I say, why do you like this game? So just kind of networking and asking questions is a big part of it too, I think.
Thank you guys for that. Yeah, so one of the things was like to expect the unexpected and doing the research and that sort of thing. I knew what Alex was going to say pretty much. So, but yeah, like we the other day we sort of I guess another thing is you might have something planned out for your timeline or your production or something like that, and then have to be able to pivot to something completely different because you didn't see something coming down the road that you need to take care of. So yeah, we've had to do that a couple of times recently, and it's worked pretty good because we planned for that. We planned to expect the unexpected, So being able to pivot like that. One of the other things that I had on here was what Michael had touched on. You said it's like do it the right way. Like when you first get going, like start your brand and do it correctly and lay the foundation for the business side of it, even though it's not the most fun thing to do. You're going to learn something, and it's going to help you going forward. Let's see. So one of the other things was this is sort of like in regards to PR, public relations, and all that. So getting involved with your community, and one of the things that we've seen so far is the gaming community, like here in Columbus and in Georgia, is vast. Like there's a lot of people who want to get into making video games. So so one of the things was the topic is like, don't be afraid to ask for help and to seek out help and to seek out people that are in the same mindset as you. So I'll just sort of these are just topics. I'll put that out there if anybody wants to discuss that. I'll leave it to you guys.
Yeah, I think with any kind of PR outreach, you've got to have a plan from the start because there's going to be different phases, right? Because your core consumer audience, which is your player base, you can start reaching out to those guys earlier than you can for, say, media and influencers, and you have to plan a strategy around how you're going to talk to each of those, because like an influencer is going to look for different things than a member of the press, and they're going to be a different audience to your main player base, and so you have to craft messaging for each, and you have to think about like what phases, when is my game ready to show, when do I want to invite people to play it, when do I want articles written about it, when do I want influencers to stream it, because obviously if you go too soon, then you might ruin your one shot at getting a particular group of influencers to play that title or come back to it. So thinking about those things from the start is really important, because really thinking about the majority of your marketing strategy from the start will help you and can inform your game development as a whole as well. Like you might think of something by doing that you wouldn't have otherwise thought of. For example, like there was a game that we're working on right now that's perfect for Twitch integration, and being able to have Twitch audiences and the influencers play together in that aspect, and the developers hadn't thought about it, but because they started having their marketing talks early enough, there was development time to be able to implement that into the project scope, which will inevitably lead to a massive benefit for them.
I would say take every opportunity that arises. You never know what's going to come out of it. A while back, Michael and I were on a Xbox game camp, and we got to meet a lot of cool people. And it was a very fun time, and we didn't know what would come out of it. A business ended up coming out of it. But also even after then, since we've met people like Ken Lobb, he's actually taken time out of his busy schedule to help us with the game that we're working on right now. So no matter how big or how small an event is or any opportunity, you never know what's going to come out of it. And you might meet somebody even today and not talk to them for years, but then all of a sudden you need their niche, and then you can look them up and reconnect with them. Networking.
I think too, part of like just to kind of play off of what you said, not just starting out at the very beginning with trying to rush things, but knowing who your target market is huge. What they like, what they're, obviously you kind of probably can predict some of their hobbies and that kind of thing. But just knowing if they're going to be someone that's also going to be a repeat customer, whether they're going to play your other games. So a big thing with that is, you have your institutional branding and then you have your product branding. So making sure that your company name, like you talked about earlier, they may not, they may play one game but not know who your company is. And so when your company actually produces another game, they may not relate it to that. So making sure that you do have that concrete institutional branding. We talk about Apple all the time, right? And they oftentimes will, put out an ad that just says, hey, we're Apple, and this is what we stand for. And they don't really talk about what products they have, but we know that company because they branded themselves so well as a company, but so that we know now what their products are. So I think that plays off of what you were saying as far as like if you're going to actually develop more games in the future.
Thank you guys for that. So one of the things I was thinking about while you guys were talking, while I was listening, was like gaining the trust of your audience, or gaining the trust of your customers, because like one of the things with like gamers in particular is like they're very loyal. So I was gonna prickly too. So I was gonna say that like you were talking about like institutional branding. They're gonna tie any product that you put out to your brand, and it could come back in the future. If you put something out that's subpar, it's going to like and we've seen that with some AAA game studios, and run into some issues where it does sort of poison the well a little bit. So it takes a lot of time and community outreach and a lot of work to get back that trust that you have. So right, yes, yeah. The other thing, one of the things that I think this is one of the last questions I'll pose, and then I'll open it up to the audience here, was content creation. That's like the third pillar of this. And Tygarlily, I'll probably direct it towards you a bit more. So when it comes to content creation, it's always, for me, a struggle to, well, not a struggle, but like it's always been a challenge to make sure having fresh ideas and ideas that no one's done before, or doing them in a different way. So I'm just curious as to how everybody handles inspiration for content creation, or being inspired to, I think that's that. Yeah. So how do you handle?
How do you handle being unique and inspiring and fun as a creator when everybody else is already doing it? So it's like, Twitch is saturated. I'm a cosplayer. There's tons of other cosplayers. What makes me more special than the other cosplayers is I love video game development. I'm very in tune with the game community and like what they're doing. So when someone comes in, they're like, oh, you're building a cosplay. That's unique. That's fun. What are you building it from? Well, I'm building this spear from an upcoming game that's coming out. Do you want to hear about it? And they're like, sure. So while my hands are busy and they have something to watch, I actually get the chance. And so that's where marketing kind of slips in, being like, when you're doing that, make sure to mention this and make sure to mention that. And that's where they find my superpower. And it seems really organic, and it doesn't seem like, I'm forcing it to the viewers. They have something fun to watch, and they can walk away from the stream and come back to the stream and still be like, oh, you're almost done with this spear, so cool. And this is the first time I heard about that game, and now I'm curious. And then as an influencer, I should have a source to that somewhere, either on the channel, in chat, in my about section, so that way the curious individuals will find out how to get there. And sometimes people don't want to ask. They don't want to seem like they bought it. They don't want that at all. They just want to be like, I'm going to be sneaky about it and I'll find it. And it's like, if you pay attention to those clicks, they happen. And so that's what I do. If it's in a contract where I'm supposed to announce, my sponsors, or let's talk about this game, I'll make sure to put it in there. And it almost feels like a handshake with the viewer, being like, oh, you really like this spear? Well, let me tell you about the game that it's from. And so that's how I try to just like bring a light to something without it being like sellout-ish. That's like the worst word. We don't like to hear that at all as influencers, because our viewers are like, oh, they're trying to sell something to me and I hate that. And so we just try to make the experience more fun and more organic to the viewer. Yeah. And viewers will trust me, because I've been doing it for like 3 years now. They'll trust me not to be like, I'm going to survive. I can't survive if you don't click this link. I can't, it's just like really, to me, it's annoying as a viewer, and I'm sure it is to the viewers themselves. So. Yeah.
I think the statistics are it costs about 80% more to gain a new customer versus to be able to keep a customer, because you've built that trust. So having that repeat customer is huge. And a way that you develop trust is you I kind of go back to cohesiveness again, like they know what to expect. And kind of to build off of that and kind of how to find your content. So I do something in my sales class where you have to develop a new product, and that kind of scary to people, but I tell them, I'm like, just think about a problem you have in your life. And in video games, it could be like, what would you like in an ideal world, what would your favorite game look like? And so I tell them, what's a problem, or what's just something you wish you could do but you can't because there's nothing to help you do it. And I think that a lot of times that's how the imagination, the content creation, or just thinking about ideal worlds or ideal games, and that kind of, you can build off of that. And I think a lot of I don't know if you'd call them consumers, but a lot of your followers would then kind of provide some more information on what you're doing and kind of be able to build on that too. So I think that's huge.
To tack onto that, so working for a tech company, I'll be playing games and someone will come in being like, my new PlayStation 5 is full. I can't download any new games. Don't sell me any new games. I'm like, yeah, well, did you check on it online? We've got a solid state drive on sale. Like, you can solve your problem right now or just whine. And like, I'll say that. So like I wait for the opportune moment. I'm not trying to it just sounds weird when you're like, oh, headshot. Oh, but did you buy the new PlayStation 5? Like, it's weird. So yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Flipping it in there.
Yeah. Just like perfectly. So cool.
Thank you guys. I appreciate that. I was going to say, as far as inspiration for games, specifically, it's kind of difficult. Like, if you get to a point where you're trying to do something unique with the game design or something like that, you try to consume creative art. I think that's the best way to do it, is just to play as many games as you can, read books, watch movies. You'll never know where inspiration comes from. Music, yes. So that's like filling the well, it fills you back up, and being inspired by other people's creative works. So I get really philosophical with games sometimes. So, but I will open up the floor to any questions. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, yes.
Hi. Okay, yep, get the tentacles in frame. Hi, so I am Karen. I made a game called Urchins and Ink. It is a 2D twin shooter that teaches Japanese, and it's kind of niche. So I feel like it has, like, it's very applicable to a lot of different areas, but it's kind of difficult for me to market it better. I'm more of a developer. I'm a designer. I've thought about all the different ways that it could be a sellable product, but I'm not good at marketing and social media and stuff like that. How can I better present my project, myself, my content to companies to where they're more apt to helping me do those things in a way that doesn't end up sacrificing crazy stuff that's going on with my game, trying to make it less niche or do all these other things. I'm flexible, but I think it works.
So I'm not 100% familiar with how all of this works, all of this stuff. Sorry, but as far as like selling it to a company, I guess is what you're asking. Selling your game. Okay, yeah, okay. So, and you were asking about social media. So, you have followers, you have a social media presence. Oh, well, I mean, that's okay. I mean, you can hire people to do that. I mean, you can honestly follow those people that are good at it and see what they do. See if you can get some ideas from them. I would highly recommend looking at Google Analytics and plugging in your socials to that, because then you can see where your followers are actually coming from and you can target them more on those spaces versus maybe you're reaching out to the wrong places. And Google Analytics or something like that will help you track where your followers are actually coming from, where they're clicking from, if they're actually converting and following you or just coming and looking at your page. And it's free. You just set it up with all your social medias, and there's like a free class on it too. So I would highly recommend looking at Google Analytics. I mean, I don't know. Again, that might be totally wrong, but that's what I usually recommend to companies.
Yeah, well, as the owner of an agency and someone you would look to hire to help you, there's a couple of things. So, like, the problem is with games in particular and most gaming agencies is that most gaming agencies won't take on something that is too niche because they are not, or maybe not confident in being able to produce results for it, right? So what I would do to be able to make it, if you really do need help and you're like, I need someone with expertise, what I would do is set out what success looks like for you so that you can communicate that to the agency and be like, okay, you know, I'm not looking for 1 million sales. I'm looking for 12, 15K, and this is my budget, and this is what I want to achieve. That will make it a little bit better so that the agency can have a framework to go off and then come up with a plan. Then you've also got to think about like what your budget is and how much you want to spend on that, because like, don't get me wrong, and I'm obviously biased, but marketing agencies are great, but also they are expensive, right? And so the results have to justify the spend. And so it might actually be worth maybe getting a freelancer or someone who's looking to gain more experience as an entry-level marketer and being like, hey, you can come and work on my project. I'll pay you not what you would pay an agency, but you know, a decent thing. And then you have someone who's worked on it, who understands the theory, might not have as much experience, but still could produce results without you having to justify, like, you know, tens of thousands of dollars worth of spend. And then also you can, you know, easy things to do that you could do yourself is stuff like try and find a couple of influencers that are really interested in either the niche or the genre or what the project's trying to do, and then outreach to them, start a conversation with them by email. Some influencers don't like that. And go in the chat, or jump in, you know, Twitter DMs and stuff like that. But yeah, that's what I would recommend, because not all games fit like a really expensive campaign, like, and there's no justification for it. So you've got to kind of figure out what success looks like and what your milestones are, and then you can build a framework after that.
To learn a language? Yes. Okay, so that could even be kind of academic based.
Yeah. Yeah, like the broad scope of it, like kind of similar to like Duolingo. Okay. But it's more game focused, and I have interest in putting it into schools and stuff like that.
So I understand your game. I've loved it every time I've seen it at SeasCon. I got to play. I love Japanese, so I thought it was the cutest thing ever. I was like, let's learn Japanese. So like I understand it, but my suggestion maybe for you, like maybe you don't have the budget and you don't have the time, but you're just like, exposure would be really good for you. Is an influencer. Or maybe like, hi, Tygarlily, how much would it be to like maybe have you and Ants Online play my game on a day, and then like we can try our best to get exposure for you on that day. And you'd be like, this is the social media I want you to push for me. Like I really want to get more attention on my Instagram today, like, and then we'll try our best to help push that for you. Like that would be something that you could look into, and you could always reach out to companies that are like streaming games. You know, a great example of a successful company that does that is Xbox Indie. They just started theirs, and I love it, and I'm trying to cultivate and make that myself. And so that's like something that I'm trying to look forward to. So if you can get a feel of, you know, someone that's as passionate as you, or is like has the same interests and wants to help expose indie games, that like you'd want to get in there as fast as you can and stuff. So that would be my suggestion, is like trying to find a way, the simplest way for you to get that exposure that isn't, you know, getting an agency or a marketing team to help you on that. So
I don't really have anything to add, because that's something that we're struggling with right now also. It kind of so I mean, this was informative for me. Thank you for asking. Yeah, that's about all.
Well, I did have a quick question, because I know I said I'd put it up to the audience, but so I hear like payments and that sort of thing, and it's like, oh, this cash flow and all that, and your budget. As far as like the startup portion, how do you get that money first? I guess that's sort of like like financiers or investors or anything like that. So that's my question. I is that the question though? So I know you mentioned ID at Xbox, and Xbox is really like they want to support indie game developers, and there's different avenues that they have for that. So so you know, getting a publisher that can put money behind it is one of those avenues. But yeah, but that's, I mean, self-publishing is also another thing you can do. But yeah, so that was my question. It was not really a question. It was like a rhetorical question, I guess. Does anybody have any other questions? Oh, Caleb.
Sure. So we have a lot of people who have engaged with audiences in much different ways. Like we have someone experienced with sales, marketing, streaming, and just trying to network and get it out there as a small business. What do y'all think is some really efficient or maybe even underrated strategies for going about getting it out there for your specific field?
Well, I'll start. Just getting out there, taking chances, like taking any opportunity that you would think would any chance at all that you might meet awesome people, and who knows what'll happen. So that's my answer.
Kind of goes back on what was said earlier, but like just doing it right from the beginning. Right now, Michael and I, as a company, don't have a game that we can show yet. It's still under wraps, but we're still trying to push a logo and social media and everything right now, so that we can hopefully build that ahead of time and not, you know, end up tripping at the finish line.
Know what you want first. Like, what is your goal? If your goal is to, hi, I would like to get partnered with Corsair, that's a goal. That's a really clear goal. So my suggestion, don't go running towards them and don't tell them I sent you. But community managers are very important because they have those relationships. They know the right person for you to talk about, or they might direct you down the right lane that you're like, hey, I would really like to do this. And if you have a set goal that's tangible and like really easy to help, and you have great relationships with community managers, they'll help you. You don't want to be that person that's like asking for freebies. You just want to be like, can I pick your brain? Or I am really interested in joining this community. How can I participate more? And that's like the best way just to open that door. I have run into a lot of closed doors, but that's okay. Just don't stop. Just keep going. And you know, when you get an open door, you want to take care of that. You want to take care of that relationship, and you want to build that trust, and you don't want to squander it and stuff. So if you have a set goal and you know what it is, you just need to find the right person, and then they help you down the avenue.
The best advice I think I've ever given to a game developer is don't make a good game, make a commercially good game. And what I mean by that is don't come up with when you're concepting out your title that you want to make, don't just be like, hey, I'm going to make a 2D platformer because I like them, right? Look at the marketplace and go, what are people buying? Like what are people in demand? Where's the gaps? What's something successful that I can take and then put my own unique, and that's where you put the creative part, right? You put the creative part in making the spin and making it fun and making it different, right? Like there's too many developers now that go out and being like, I made a game so it should be successful, right? But they're not looking at like what are, you know, let's say you're making a PC game, what are the people on PC actually buying consistently, that's selling consistently? Like, what's the genre? What's the quality of game, right? Because everything after that point, it all starts with the game. The game has to be good, the genre has to be good, it has to have some unique selling point. And then you can take it to the next stage of like marketing and reaching out to influencers and getting press involved and doing community events and all that kind of thing. But I think there's not enough time spent on the foundational, like, why would people want to play this game, right? Because it's no good looking at a game that sold well 10 years ago and going, well, I'm going to make a game like that, so therefore that's what I should sell, right? Like, I get so many pitches of developers being like, fund my game because Stardew Valley was successful one time, and I'm going to be successful like Stardew Valley. And it's like, well, why wouldn't I just play Stardew Valley? Like, so what, right? And there's so many. And so, like, being able to be like, well, it's Stardew Valley, but it's also this, and this, and there's this unique thing, and this is like an art style that people never seen before in this genre, and this music is, you know, original, and there's this unique mechanic where the cows all fly, and, you know, whatever, right? But it all comes from that, right? There has to be something that's unique and core about the game that makes it marketable and fun and high quality and fun to play, and then that's the springboard for everything else, because there's so many people who miss that first step.
And to build off of that, kind of like what we were taught when I was doing my PhD was take an Excel spreadsheet and take things that are like successful, like for instance, like games that are successful, and list all the things that you like about each one of these. And then you can kind of find where there's gaps. So if you have all of the things that you like or the things that are unique to games, and then you maybe combine, if it's anything like research, and when you're looking for a topic to, you know, delve into and conduct studies on, you're looking for where's the gap. And like you said, there's got to be something that's missing. And kind of going back to just, you know, that creative piece, like, you know, what can I add to it? And it doesn't have to be something crazy extravagant, as long as it's something unique and new, and you know it's what works. Because like you said, with financing and stuff like that, and with your target market, you got to be able to justify like that it's going to sell. Because why put all of this time, this effort, and everything into it if you're trying to target a market that's really not existent anymore because they're interested in something else? Whereas 10 years ago, they may have been interested in it, but nowadays they're not. So definitely do your research. Anytime I'm creating a business plan or a marketing plan for a company, I say, you know, start from the ground up, and kind of to build off of, I think, your comment with the community. You're not just in the gaming community. Y'all are CSU, you know, graduates. I'm a CSU graduate, and which is kind of how I got back here after I left to do my PhD. But I have small startup companies come into my class all the time and say, what do you like about this brand? What do you like about this logo? what do you think I could do that might make it a little more, sellable? And then you have a whole group of people probably in the age group and potentially in the same interests as the games you're creating to kind of just give you that feedback. I mean, I have a couple of people, so there's a clue there. Come on into class and reach out to not just the community of what the video games are involved in, but also your resources. I don't know if y'all looked into Startup Columbus. I go to their networking events all the time, and just I've met people that I've 20 years, well, not 20 years, I'm not that old, but 5 years later thought about something I needed that they were specialized in, and I went back to them on LinkedIn and I said, hey, I remember talking to you at this startup, event, and I really didn't need this kind of advice then, but I do now because I'm in this very different place in my life.
All right. So how are we doing on time? I know, Andrew, you've been wanting to ask a question. All right, great. Yes.
Thank you. The future of gaming excites me. I want to hear what maybe if you do have a favorite game, I'd love to hear it too. But what excites you about these future industries, Web3, blockchain, and their implementations on gaming? And if you are currently working any of those processes. I know microtransactions, NFTs, kind of you're touching back on those things that are tangible. So if you guys have any insight on that, I'd love to hear it.
That is a great question. I'm excited for the future of games as well. I think the elephant in the room is artificial intelligence. Like, as far as the impact, I don't think we quite grasp like how like the tectonic shift that it has happened, but we haven't really seen it just yet. So for instance, like how that's going to help game developers specifically, like I saw this screenshot one time where somebody broke down an Ubisoft game or Ubisoft, however you want to say it. And they were like, okay, this asset, this cost $40,000. This asset right here, this was $100,000. This character model, this was $500,000. So, and that's like the time that's been spent in there. As far as like artificial intelligence goes, you have artists that can work with that. And for instance, like you could put, like you have someone who needs to make a building. An artist that goes in there and it could take them, a week or something like that to get all the details right. Or they could work with an artificial intelligence program and fine-tune 1,000 different versions of it or 1,000,000 different versions. So I think it's going to help out indie developers quite a bit too. Like it's gonna shorten the production time. I mean, the other thing is you do take the human element out a bit there, but that's my 2 cents. So, anyways, does anybody have? There you go.
So I totally agree with that. I actually had ChatGPT write a sad love song and give me the chords to it on the guitar, and also spit out the harmonica notes that I had to play the other night. Just for fun, just to see if it would do it. And I was like, this is awesome. I don't have my harmonica. And I also then afterwards was like, hey, print me out the sheet music for a flugelhorn, because those are the 3 instruments I play. So I think that yes, that's crazy just how much is going to be shifting. Your question, I don't know a lot about games. I learned a little bit at the conferences that I've gone to with the Peach Belt Conference, and then the high schoolers there playing during those conferences. I've played Rocket League like twice, just because I have a bunch of guy friends and they were all sitting around like playing it. So I'm not very good at stuff like that. Just to admit, coordination's not my thing. My favorite kind of games are like Dominion. I'm more like hands-on, tangible, like we were talking about, which to me is because I'm not a risk taker. I know, crazy. I know, right? Because I'm not a risk taker, I do like those tangible things. It's hard for me to think about a service, and which is why services are so much harder to sell than goods. But I want something I can physically take home. So I'm more of a board gamer, Ticket to Ride, Dominion kind of girl. Yeah, please. I don't even know what that means, but let's do it. I'm always down for a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, the future of games. I mean, AI is going to be a big one. AI. I mean, from a marketing perspective, we're already invested in AI to do a whole bunch of stuff, from like data analytics to, helping people find influencers and press and all kinds of stuff. I don't think Web3 technology has much of a future in gaming. I don't think it's grounded in anything that's not necessarily real, but even achievable. Especially because if you think about blockchain as a technology, the whole selling point is like, well, everybody's on the chain and everything's unique, but that doesn't work when you've got multiple different ones. Like the only way that works is everyone's on the same system, and that's never going to be the case. And so I think the technology is flawed. And if you think about it from a Web3 point of view, I mean, what games have pulled it off? What game has pulled it off yet? Like barely. Most of the games that you've heard about haven't even come out yet, and not anywhere near a playable stage. And some of them, I don't think, to be honest, will ever be. I think a lot of the developers will cut and run with the money. I think AI has got a big future. Web3 not so much. And then really, I mean, the tech of the new Unreal Engine and stuff like that, like the improvements that they're making stage on stage, like it's going to make games get to the point where not only are they easier to develop, but indie developers and smaller studios will have access to bigger tools to be able to pull off more impressive feats with less resources. I don't think AI, for example, is going to be I don't think it's going to replace humans as much as people are fearful of. I think it's just going to be a tool to empower people to do more with less, especially for indies, because they'll be able to, be a jack of all trades, but have a little bit of help doing it, I guess.
Yeah, I love that fact that you touched on. It's a cool idea, NFTs, but like, for example, Blizzard games are on different engines. Like, yeah, cool, I got a jacket, but where can I use that jacket? I can just use it in one game. I was invited as an influencer to try out Big Time, which is the drops in that game are NFTs. You also get a space in the game that you can utilize and then create, but it's just, what are they going to do with that? So there is a game that's trying to do it, but it's like, I don't foresee anything coming of it right now. Maybe in the future as they produce more games, because like, where are you going to use that NFT? Where does it go next? Yeah, right. So it's curious. I'm curious. I'm watching it, but I don't know what's going to happen to it right now. But yeah, it's right. It's like one space right now. You can't really utilize it anywhere else, because it isn't that the point of an NFT. And everything we're talking about just makes me think of graphics cards right now. I'm just stuck on NVIDIA and just like the Ada Lovelace architecture and the tensor cores and the deep dive sampling stuff. So DLSS3, which is like AI being utilized to just like create a better performance and game experience for you. And just the fact that AI we shouldn't be scared of it. We're utilizing it, and we're able to formulate more answers quickly and go through experiences using the GPUs, experiments with the GPUs, like creating environments and getting answers faster, which I think is really cool when it comes to AI.
I think it'll help indies a lot also, because there's a lot of niches that they don't have access to, maybe music or other assets that it can help build and for very cheap to no money. And I think we're going to see that more with assets and smaller things, because sometimes there's legal issues why you can't use a specific item and you would have to pay a lot for it. But if you look at imagery, you could use AI for that, and you can get something that is similar, but legally you're allowed to use it, and it's enough that somebody can understand and get around those issues.
If you run it through twice, I'm learning this as a professor and having a great grade essays if you run it through ChatGPT twice, and then for the third time it makes it to where it doesn't pick up that it was created by ChatGPT. So I was informed of that whenever I was grading essays at the end of the semester by one of my students. So so I learned that it's easy to get close to, but not plagiarizing. But yeah, I had a student try and sell his new product, had to do with NFTs, and I swear it was the longest presentation ever because I had so many questions. I didn't understand it at all, but so I did a lot of research on that afterwards.
I think you're onto something, actually. Dr. Ryan Lynch, he's one of our department heads here at CSU. He talked about, like, as far as what he sees as the future is, like, artisan-based game development. So, like, what he means by that is, like, it's guaranteed that no artificial intelligence was used in the making of the game. So so he sees that as like a new market that's going to exist in the future. So he's very, very smart. So I would say that, yeah, watch out for that market existing in the future. So, yeah. Exactly. Oh, Andrew, yeah, you wanted to.
And of course, I've been spending 30 years designing AI for games, so suddenly that gets useless. That's right. So I don't know if anyone here can answer this question, but in games, we make a color palette very early in the process. And usually when we think of color theory, we're thinking of things like hue and saturation and lightness. What should we be thinking of for branding, for marketing, for the experience? Anyone on the panel up for taking that question? Thank you, Dr. Jones. When she's not rescuing relics from the jungle.
Yes. I know that's always been people have always made fun. Dr. Jones, you know, from the movie, and I'm like, no, just yeah. So one big thing that I deal a lot with is physiological responses to marketing materials. So I run a lot of tests and data on eye tracking, galvanic skin response to measure the secretion of a chemical in your skin that measures arousal, EEG. So I look a lot at brain waves and stuff like that. And one thing that we've really been able to kind of mesh out and kind of find for these big companies, like, you know, we'll have St. Jude come to us or, you know, Service Master, and they'll say, hey, what are we doing wrong? And we'll, you know, hook people up to all these things, and we'll change a color, we'll change where the logo is located. So just being very aware of the placement, we call them areas of interest in this research, and where the certain brands are. Now, if you're developing a color palette early on and you don't know the psychology of color, you're in big trouble. Because the way in which emotions can be evoked, they say that most serial killers, their rooms were red. And red evokes like passion, like it could be very angry or very intense. So if you have your room painted red, you might want to rethink that. But so just thinking about what emotion you're trying to evoke in that game. Is it more of a lighthearted game? Is it more of an intense, like I want people drawn in and kind of angry at their opponents, you know, or creating more competition? So I would highly recommend doing some research in development of the psychology of color. And I think y'all are probably pretty familiar with that as well. The psychology of placement of certain objects, the psychology of shapes, the psychology of music. Those are things that a lot of people don't think about with game development or development of anything. I'm not a game developer. I wish I was that smart. But just the development of anything is how and going back to exactly what I first said, how human beings are going to respond to it. Am I going to respond to something better if I'm looking at the brand versus the, you know, the color or artwork or whatever I've created here, and making sure that you are placing that brand in the important places. I can't tell you how many ads that have spent millions and millions of dollars running, where I don't know if you remember Trident with the ninja. And if you look at the eye tracking data on that, they stared right at the ninja's eyes. They didn't look at the Trident logo at all. I think during this 10-second ad, you may have had 2 people divert to the brand name, and it was not long enough to even be able to recollect or be able to even do a repeat of that brand. So making sure you are designing things creatively in that matter, and making sure that you take credit for it. Don't not put your brand on something, because that's how you grow. That's how people know your company's name. That's how people know who you are. I mean, you should look at that as yourself. I tell my students that all the time. You are your own personal brand. And with networking and stuff like that, and you said finding influencers that have specialties, that's all. You need to brand yourself in a certain way. So someone in the future comes to you and they say, hey, you're the specialist in this. I want you to be an influencer for me, or however that works, because you're good at that. So knowing your specialty and how to brand yourself is really important too.
Yeah. Yeah, you covered a lot there.
Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, Vicarious is red. That's why I chose red, because I wanted passion and passion and serial killer vibes, So.
Hey, perfect color palette.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, one thing I'll tell you one story. So this is why color matters, right? So years and years ago, before I got into games, I worked before I was a journalist even. So going like nearly 20 years back, I worked for a realtor company, and my job was to basically do a rebrand for them. And so I went around the town and noticed that all of the we call them estate agents in England. The estate agents were all green. All their house sizes and all their storefronts were all green, because everybody recognized that green was like a welcoming, nice color, that people were attracted to green signs and stuff like that. So I made their signs black and red to be different, and then they put 2 of them out of business out of that. And so, like, looking at other games and what colors they're going for, and then also considering like themes as well. So sci-fi, like if you think of like Mass Effect, they go for like purples, blues, greys, that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, you covered pretty much the majority of what I was going to say, so there you go.
I know nothing, but I agree with the research.
Yeah, I gotta just agree with them too.
Thank you guys. Did anybody want to? Oh yeah, our logo is black and red. So, oh yeah, it's like a pirate flag. So, I guess like, does anybody want to plug anything? It's the end of the show. So.
Becca Jones on LinkedIn. So if you want to network and connect. Okay.
Yeah, go to vicariouspr.com if you want marketing for your game. Well, for V Publishing, we've got Mirthwood, so we announced. Yeah, I say it with an F with my accent, Mirthwood. There you go. But yeah.
Hi, I'm Tygarlily. My favorite game's Diablo. I also really like old games like Champions of Norath. But my plug is, so right now my goal is just to kind of create a creator team for Ants Online, and we stream on twitch.tv/AntsOnline, Atlanta Network Technologies Online. And we have like a gap in my schedule, and my goal is to actually create like an indie segment, because I used to do that for DreamHack. I used to like interview developers and like get them to share their passions when it came to their games and stuff, and so like I really want to cultivate and bring that back. And so if I get enough people interested in that, maybe I can create a plan and propose it to my team at Ants Online and like make it a reality. So that's my goal, and hopefully by the end of the year or 2024. Technology. So Ants, sure.
Our studio, Pirate Pixel Game Studio, and all of our socials you can find on our website, piratepixelgamestudio.com. And I hope that you'll check us out, and we'll be able to have a fun game for you guys pretty soon that we can announce.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you guys. Ditto what he said. So yeah. All right. Well.